Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией, Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии, территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 3 p.m. local time here in Ufa, and we are welcoming you to the next round of Russian Superfinal. So, today, me and my co-host Sasha, known as Shima, known as Grandmaster Aleksandr Shimanov, will be commentating on round 4. And yeah, let's check before the start what the current situation is, who's playing whom, and what to expect. Right, so in the open tournament, Kirill Aleksandr, the candidate, is leading after his win against Aleksandra Goryachkina, so 2.5 out of 3. Today he'll be paired against Dmitry Andreikin. Okay, not such an easy pairing. Clear second is Nikita Vityugov, and that's about it, right? Aleksandr Pratke is on -1, another Aleksandr Motilev is on -2, and you can guess the rest of the players are on 50%.
Right, from the 3rd till 10th place. That's quite a bit of a tie. So,
yeah, and I would argue that today kind of will, finish the so-called tournament opening, right? So, well, usually this division goes well in 9 rounds tournaments. So like 3 first rounds, it's kind of the opening, you understand, who's the leader is going to be, who's in what form, and so on. So here with 11 rounds, probably it goes 4, and then 3 last rounds for the finish. Okay, women's tournament, same. Sole leader, Aleksandr. Valentina, one and only Valentina Gunina with 2.5. 2 points for 3 players, Polina Shuvalova, Evgenia Ovod, and who else? I wanted to say, and they've moved it. Who else has?
There was someone else. Leah Garifulina, did you mention?
Yeah, absolutely. Leah Garifulina, who won yesterday. Yeah. All right, so the games have started. We see Polina Shuvalova white against Alina Kashlinskaya, actually, one of the principal games in this
I think
tour.
they are the 2 top seeds of the tournament, as far as I remember.
Right.
Because, Shuvalova is the top seed for sure, and then Kashlinskaya is only 15 points behind in terms of rating, so yeah, clash of the highest rated players of the tournament.
Right. Speaking of Shuvalova, Kashlinskaya, both have to be, I'm guessing, well prepared. Kashlinskaya, as per usual, hopefully not abusing the help of her husband. Right. And Polina Shuvalova, I think recently, like she's been working a lot on openings.
I'm not really sure who's helping her. I think at least it used to be Sergei Zagrебelny.
Yep.
Maybe it's still the case, but yeah, she's generally well prepared, and we see the Rogozin.
Yeah, so that's one of my kind of that's what I wonder. I mean, what do you prepare? I mean, if I can describe you as a well prepared player, what do you prepare against Rogozin nowadays? I mean, it's really, really hard.
Well, Bishop G5 apparently.
Bishop G5, and then if DC4 we play some Vienna, and then at least there is room for preparation. Maybe no advantage for white, but at least something to prepare. Yeah, right.
H6 is a move for sure. So
H6 is the move, but then you can take Queen B3, some
Queen B3, Queen A4, E3, Rook C1. I mean, there are tons of moves. So
yeah.
But I guess we should mention that this is probably the most popular opening at the top level nowadays.
Yeah, the Rogozin defense. Yeah. Interestingly, so the most solid would probably still be. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it used to be Queen's Gambit declined, right? Before, and then when you have a chance to play Bishop E7 and you play Bishop B4 instead, I mean, some years back you'd be criticized for not playing the main lines, but nowadays it is a main line.
Yeah, for some reason. I mean, Bishop B4, like, technically speaking, looks at least not worse than Bishop E7, in my opinion. So I was a bit surprised that, Rogozin wasn't as popular as it now, but yeah, nowadays, like, literally everyone, I think, plays it as black at the highest level. Yeah. But we're gonna see a very, very sharp line because
actually that's an interesting line they're playing. So before we delve into the positions on the board and everything, let's just quickly check the pairings for both tournaments, perhaps starting with women. Okay, starting with men, that's okay. Maxim Matlakov, Maxim Chigayev, so 2 Maxims actually written differently.
Yeah,
that's always the case. I mean, not that much with Maxim, but Aleksandr. I mean,
look at the second pair.
How many different ways do you have to spell Aleksandr? I mean, quite a few.
And the funny thing is that we actually see all of them, right? Predke, Rachmanov, and Madlev, they all spell differently.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so
and I think as for myself, my name is written as the
fourth spelling.
Well, I don't think there is one, but I mean, I guess technically there is one.
Yeah, there is. I mean, you can use ER as in Motilev and then KS instead of X as in Rachmanov, and that'd be your, I don't know.
But I believe in my passport that my name is written as
Rachmanov style, okay.
No.
Okay, so Predke with Rachmanov, Fedoseev, Yesipenko, Fedoseev with white, okay. Goryachkina with white against Nikita Vityugov, so another critical test for Aleksandra Goryachkina. Let's see.
Yeah,
how
but
she
as
passes.
white, she is very, very solid, so not going to be an easy walk for Vityugov for sure.
Yeah, then we have Dmitry Andreikin, who is yet to start scoring in this tournament, if he's planning at all, against Kirill Alexeyenko, the actual leader. And last but not least, Pavel Pankratov with white obviously will try to put pressure on Motilev, who is not having his best tournament. All right, and the women's section, women's tournament. Evgenia Ovod with Daria Voit, Galyamova with Pagonina. Those two, as we agreed, are perhaps the most experienced participants, right? Bodnaruk with Alina Bivol. Gunina with Garifulina is quite principled. Gunina, the leader, Garifulina, one of the players in plus.
Right, only half a point behind, so yeah, very important game.
And then the one that we've started to talk about, Shuvalova against Kashlinskaya. And already quite an interesting opening line on the board there. And then Gira against Guseva. Those are the pairs. And gotta say, today in the women's tournament, we have much more developed openings. Like in men's 7 moves, which is here in the position on the board, is the furthest point each of the games advanced, right? So we have like 7 moves in this game, 7 moves in Pankratov Motilev. Rachmanov was sinking on move 2, just played his move 2. Which is b6, which is surprising. I don't know. Why do you play move 2 b6?
Well,
d4, knight f6, knight f3, b6, or e6, b6, the English defense.
Yeah, but I mean, he plays a6, right?
Always a6.
I'm really curious. Let's try to guess.
Could it be 1a6 to b6? No, that's too much.
That's a bit too much.
That's too much. Yeah. Right. Speaking of, switching to a little bit more serious talk. This one, Matlakov against Chigayev. So that's what you know as Sozin. Sozin? Is it?
Think so.
Yep. Bishop c4 against the Naidov, against the Scheveningen, 3-6. Bishop e3. And that's an interesting mixture, right?
I think that's what Kramnik played in his Blitz game.
Kramnik played in his Blitz games, and I think possibly someone else on high level. Yeah, that's kind of a...
No, but the funny thing is Chigayev actually played it himself against Ilyushonik, at least. So I'm familiar with at least one game of Chigayev when he was white in this line, and he actually won a brilliant game against Ilyushonik. And so this is a surprising choice by Matlakov, because he's kind of saying, all right, show me what you got here.
Right, so logic here is, I mean, you can play it normally, and normally means you go bishop b3 castles and so on, right? But what white says is that I want to play the English attack, in fact, right? The bishop b3 f3 thing. It's just that if you go bishop e3 immediately nowadays, like e5 is, I think, much more popular than e6, or f3 e5, yeah. So bishop c4, not that you're forcing e6, but yeah, you make sure black plays e6, not e5, the bishop e3.
Yeah, so that's a bit weird, but it's amazing how Kramnik, even being retired, he's still setting up the trends.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were discussing, remember, so that there are always the explorers and then those who follow the path. Kramnik always been kind of in the first category.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then years and years back, it would be like him discovering new chapters. Nowadays, of course, it's very hard because everyone has the same information, the same engines, but still he's able to, to dig in this and find an interesting variation or two. All right, so Bishop B3, so far too early to discuss because it's more of a psychological dialogue, I would put it this way.
Probably,
at that point, as you said, yeah.
Already we can say that this is going to be sharp. I don't think Matlakov is castling short here, so his plan is clearly to go f3, queen e2, castle long, and...
Yeah, and opposite castles in the knight of always something to...
Always fun to watch.
Right, so Predkevis Rachmanov, it was knight f3, knight f6, c4, b6. Okay, so that's just...
Why not? But, it's why not, but at the same time, why not
why
e6?
not e6 and d5 and a6, right?
But he plays it with the first move d5, so it's d5, d4, d5, c6, c4, e6. Mm-hmm. And then knight f3, a6. So maybe with the knight on f6.
That.
Right.
He could have done that, right?
But maybe after e6, he...
Knight f3, e6. Yeah, you cannot play... No, knight f3, you can play d5, of course, yeah?
Yeah, d5,
yeah.
e6
No, I'm just confused, yeah. c4 is... If one c4 is... I'm just trying to figure out the moves order that you kind of make it problematic for Rachmanov to play his a6.
Maybe this one, because now let's say...
But what makes him go knight f6?
But if he does the same thing, maybe G3 in this position.
So G3 and kind of
yeah.
Catalan without D4, so you cannot really play what he did against Matlakov and so on.
Yeah, and also, you probably don't play A6 in this position, right?
That's what I mean.
And otherwise I can play D4 in the next move.
So G3, and then you're kind of either forced to go normal Catalan, or you do this, which is, playable, but a different thing compared to what you used to be doing. Or A6, and after A6, I actually don't know, how bad this one is, because you're probably still threatening to take.
Yeah, but then B3, A6 doesn't make too much sense in this situation, I think.
Agreed. Anyway, that was just a bit of speculation. Knight f6, c4, b6, d4, bishop d7, knight c3, and here you can, you can transpose, or you can play g6, double fianchetto.
G6, I think d5 is a move as well.
D5, I believe, was played, and once again, it's a strange mixture. You can end up playing something Grunfeldy. You can
Except
play.
that you put the bishop on b7, not on g7.
Yeah. Knight c3, Rachmanov thinking. Fedoseev with Yesipenko, 14 moves played pretty quickly, so let's check. I know how this comes about. It's the Nimtso Indian. And I want to say a bit old-fashioned by today's standards variation, which is d5, right? Nowadays they castle and then play d5 later. So d5, c takes, e takes, bishop g5, c takes being one of the lines, the other one being a3, bishop g5, bishop h4, c5 takes, g5, knight e4. It used to be like the line that we were studying, time after time after time. There's been a lot of different hints and tricks here. Castles long, bishop c3, f3. Yeah.
Is this something well known?
There were games. If I'm not kind of confusing anything, I think there were games. Bishop d. Yeah. So the thing is, if you take on g3, queen c3, rook is hanging, white gets serious advantage. And if you, move the bishop, white takes, d5's hanging. So basically you have to do this. Bishop d2. And then it looks strange because white has sacrificed an exchange for the pawn, but he doesn't have the development. Yeah, but the power of this guy, the bishop on d6, is actually huge.
Yeah, it's all about the king on e8, I guess. And if white gets to open up the position, I mean, this can get really scary for black, right?
Right, so that's one thing. The other thing, I guess in one of the games, once again, I hope I do not confuse it with anything, but there certainly was this type of position. So white castle long sacrificed an exchange, bishop on d6. I remember them playing some endgames. So white has kind of twofold plan. I mean, he can, as you said, like try to sort of win immediately. And the other thing was that somehow, like I have the pawn, the bishop, even in the endgame, the bishop is very strong. So if I can get that, right, and by that time, I don't know, you swap the queens, and well, it's still playable for white.
I mean, white has a pawn for an exchange, so
Yeah.
the material disadvantage isn't that serious. So yeah, we can just play positionally.
Yeah, so the thing here is that black actually has to react in a very precise manner. The question is if Yesipenko knows how to do it.
I mean, he was blitzing out everything, so
Yeah, and it's not
guess-
like it's a forced line, right? Because here, after bishop g5, I believe you have a choice. It's not the only thing you can do. h6, bishop h4. I think there are other moves. c5, d takes, g. Well, there is. I mean, probably this one is a bit dubious, right? That and knight e4. There was such line. Knight e4. But yeah, okay. Anyway, what he does is considered to be kind of the mainstream and
the most principle of this, yeah.
yeah.
Maybe bishop d6 is a new move to him, although it looks pretty natural, right?
Yeah, what else do you do? Yeah, I think bishop d6 is still.
And h4 could be an idea.
Yeah, h4 could be the idea. Yeah, h4, e3. E3 is kind of not clear if you want. I mean, probably you end up playing e3, right? But you most certainly play bishop d6, and then that makes a lot of sense to start with this move because maybe one day you'll prefer e4 over e3, right? And not vice versa. I think bishop kind of always goes to d6. All right, so let's leave him there. Goryachkina with white against Nikita Vityugov here. I'm really curious to see what Goryachkina chose as her opening and what Nikita will be doing. So it's the Catalan, bishop g2, knight to d7.
That's already rare, right?
Yeah. Castle short and c6. And this looks like an attempt to, to kind of not give the pawn back that easily, at least.
Right. So the first move I would consider is white is a4, for sure.
Right.
Because I want to get the pawn back.
So here, I mean, if you're too scared, I think queen a4 still wins you the pawn back, but then it's like a6, b5, and black is just on time,
Completely
right?
fine, yeah.
Queen c2, bishop b7, or queen c6, rook b8, followed by bishop b7. So that's why you kind of want to make a castle and then win the pawn back in some other way. But yeah, but black says, okay, let me try to defend it. a4, I agree, could be the move.
I mean, I guess you can play it in...
I think you can play it in many ways, like just playing knight c3, e4, queen e2, b3 later, it's one thing.
Right.
But a4 is, a4 is I think what you probably do.
I've seen something like this recently. And
what they do, a5. No, I don't think they play a5, they just don't
yeah,
care.
I'll get the pawn back, right?
Wait a second. Can it be that bishop d6 doesn't make all that much sense, right? Because one of the ways to deal with the center is you take and you play e65, right? But bishop d6 kind of runs into knight d2, I'm afraid, and then...
I mean, unless
that
b5
happens.
works for black.
Unless b5 works, which...
scary.
Looks scary, right? Even knight e5 at once. Yeah. But Nikita apparently knows what he's doing.
Yeah, this is not an experiment from him.
Yeah, that's not a blitz game, and that's. I mean, he doesn't look like a guy who'd be experimenting. Yeah.
And a4 is on the board.
A4 is on the board. Okay.
I mean, I guess that's the most natural thing, right? So we are expecting a quick reply from Vityugov, right?
I mean,
I'm curious. What is his
the other thing could be that you do this.
Okay, knight g2.
Knight d2, knight b6, queen here, right?
And
then,
he's just played b6.
b6. a4, b6. Okay.
I don't think he's actually trying to hold on to the pawn. Maybe he just wants to play, knight d2, bishop b7, knight c4, c5, something like that. Maybe not c5 immediately, but...
Well, that's a bit strange because... It could be, I mean, after knight bd2 specifically, it could still be bishop a6 for now. So that
queen
you,
c2.
So that you spare queen c2, I don't know, rook c8, for instance, knight c4, c5, something. So it's not clear if you really need the bishop on b7 or maybe on a6. It's fine as well. Okay. I mean, at least it's clear that he knows what he's doing. And it's up to Goryachkin.
And it's a bit annoying as white, when you face a new line and your opponent is well prepared and you actually a pawn down as for now, so not a pleasant situation for Goryachkin.
I know the feeling, like you look at the position and you think, okay, objectively, in order to fight for an advantage, I just have to play for compensation. I don't have to win this pawn, but something in you actually tells you, what if I don't win this pawn back? What if there will be no compensation? Yeah,
I mean, I played quite a bit of Catalan as white, but I never really knew it very well. And I was always afraid that something like this could happen, that, I just don't get my pawn back.
All right, quickly moving on. Andreikin against Aleksandr, and that looks like, well, another Catalan. Check on b4 and knight b to d2.
Very popular.
Yeah.
Very popular line.
And it's so interesting, like, at some point, dc4 was considered to be like really a serious move, right? To such an extent that white started to play it via this move's order just to be able to play knight d2, and there is no dc4 because of a check. Yeah, by the way, perhaps worth mentioning that main move by far is bishop d2, right? Correct. It used to be
still main move,
statistically, let's say, much more common. Right. Bishop d2, and then they play either bishop e7 or bishop d6. Also works.
Right. This line became popular like 3-4 years ago. This knight bd2 move.
Yeah, knight bd2, castles, bishop g2, and black just plays b6,
which is the most popular as well.
Yeah, bishop e7, bishop d6, and it was, I don't quite remember who was first to realize that, because now if you look at the position, it looks like a Queen's Indian structure, where black kind of lost the tempo by moving the bishop to b4 and then to d6. But in reality, the knight on d2 is so bad, I mean, so misplaced. I remember Aleksandr Grishuk in one of his games, I mean, not exactly in this position, but something B1. Similar. He did play knight b1 and put the knight on c3. I want my pieces on good squares, something like that. Yeah, so black kind of tries to make an argument that he didn't lose, but instead won a tempo by forcing this knight to d2, where it's misplaced.
Interesting,
yeah. Bishop d6, yeah. I'm not sure if you need to play bishop d6 right here, but sooner or later, right, like if white moves the knight, so c5 becomes a thing from white. Here, c4, c5, when you take a3, and this bishop is... So I think, makes sense.
Yeah, but actually what Andreikin just did, I think, is very natural. C takes, I'm expecting e takes, and then knight c4 could be a move.
Yeah, this knight to c4.
Yes, we don't want to give up that bishop, right? Do we?
Apparently not. Yeah, and if like bishop e7, we can actually keep this knight here for now, yeah?
Yeah, play something like
Bishop f4, bishop g5, I mean, somewhere it goes.
Though I'm still not sure what's the knight doing on c4.
Bishop
right?
g5. I mean, if knight d7, I don't know if knight d7 is good, then I can probably swap. I can actually play some knight e3. Who knows? Anyway, knight c4 was
and
played.
Rook e8. Very
And
quickly.
just rook e8. That's interesting. So I presume white takes. And then is c d6 ever a move?
That's ugly.
That indeed is ugly, but I remember trying to convince like the computer program some years ago that this is good for white, and not that I was very successful. I think the key was that, like, I'm not sure whether or not, probably d3 is the better square, right? d3, and then some h6, so that this bishop is not that easy to find.
No, I believe that the engines nowadays say that this position is perfectly fine for black, but still,
yeah. Why would you double the pawns?
is so against all the basic principles, right?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to say that if you take with the queen here, if you ended up playing this position,
Right.
I think
advantage,
white gets more tempi, like bishop f4, you'll have to move the queen and rook c1, and white gets the initiative for free, more or less. So maybe at the end of the day, if white takes, maybe you just take with the pawn.
I think that's his idea, yeah, but... And I'm pretty sure he's familiar with this line, but it could be one of the cases when the engine says it's totally fine, but it's just... I mean, in the long term, it has to be better, I think.
Yeah, and also knowing Andreikin, I
Yeah.
think he's one of those players who can try to put pressure in such positions. Yeah, like
I mean, at least to me, it looks like he was generally surprised by this rook e8 move. So, yeah. I don't think it will be an easy game for Kirill.
And technically, you are still not forced to take, right? You can play, say, bishop g5.
Yeah, but then bishop f8 maybe.
Yeah, bishop f8.
Like you don't get a chance to take the bishop anymore, and that's why I think logically speaking, you want to take right now.
Knight. I still want this fancy knight e3 move. So now I'm probably threatening that, and I'm also kind of threatening knight g4. I don't know. Yeah, but knight d6 is straightforward, and perhaps what will be played at the end of the day. All right, and we have one more, which is Pavel Pankratov with Aleksandr Motilev. And here, once again, we have something that I've never seen. Okay, not that one. That we've seen already for quite a few times. Good thing about Motilev, I mean, when you face him, he's kind of predictable with his opening choices.
At least as black, yeah.
Yeah, bishop d6, castles, bishop e2, and e5. And e5, c takes knight b5. That's known to be white's idea. That's why white allows e5.
But also, I think it's known to be totally fine for black, as far as I know.
Exactly. So, as white, you find it comforting that you kind of want the bishop, or I don't know, exchange the bishop for a knight, a pair of bishops, blah blah. But black has the center. Everything's great. Castle's short, and then interestingly, black just played d4.
Yeah, that's... I mean, at least it's unusual. Right?
Yeah. Well, I remember this kind of positions turning into some French structure, like white would be able to play d4, black goes e4, and so on. So that's not something very common. E takes e4, very straightforward, very concrete approach. Knight takes d4, knight c4. Not that black has any problems, it would seem, right? Or, okay, if I take that guy, you'll take on f6, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter where the queen goes, you just take on f6. I'll have to take with the
Right.
queen, and it's a pawn, and it's a pawn on d2, so it's not like white's winning. I mean, with pawn on d5, I would declare white to be completely winning, but still, as the result of the opening, that's not something not something you want.
Yeah.
So you do not take on e2 then. But
That go back to d8, let's say. Right?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, d5 for some reason, but yeah, generally d8.
Bishop a3 maybe. Although
Yeah.
it doesn't really threaten too much, I guess.
Bishop a3, rook e8, some jumping,
Yeah,
knight
just rook
d6,
e6,
rook
yeah.
e6, takes.
Now I take on e2, I think, first.
Yeah. Knight c8, and that's the moment that I take on e2, take on c8, and all of a sudden
This is perfectly fine.
Yeah, start claiming that I'm probably better. Yeah.
But still, I mean, at least that's not the way I would handle this position, for sure. I mean, logically speaking, why would we open it up when our opponent has a bishop pair, right? And the bishop on b2 all of a sudden looks really strong.
Yeah, it's all about white being or not being able to force this exchange, right? Without, okay, if queen d8, if I do d3, you'll
take,
just
right.
take and take, right? And if I take on d4, go d3, why am I better?
You don't want to
Not
take on
at all,
d4.
no,
I mean, maybe that's just nothing. Maybe that's just
Yeah, maybe that's what I have to do, and then just equalize.
Well, I'm not even sure if you will be able to. I mean, you mean d3 afterwards?
Yeah, just take, go d3, and then make the position completely sterile.
That is not Pancrato's plan, I'm 100% sure.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see. Okay, it looks promising, this one. I think if Pankratov will not kind of liquidate to this absolutely symmetrical position, that will be something
And
interesting.
he will not.
He will not. Okay.
No.
That's good to know. All right, let's move to the ladies' tournament. And let's start with, I don't know, Shuvalova-Kashlinskaya, the one that we've started to talk right from the start. That's a very, very well-known position. So that is what we were discussing, even not having the analysis board, right?
Right.
Rogozin being one of the most popular lines, bishop g5, dc4 in the transposition to Vienna variation, unless black is ready to play h6, which is the case in our game. Oops, sorry, captures here, bishop c4, c5, castles. Trying to recall, what was the line where white would end up being up a pawn? Knight b after cd4, knight b5, yeah?
I think so.
Knight b5, queen e7, queen d4. Castles, knight a7. So white ends up being up a pawn, but black is totally fine.
Yeah, this is surprisingly just
whenever you
no
go,
chance for white
knight
whatsoever.
c6, rook d8, go knight d4, swap the knights. Yeah, really, like you're up a pawn and you can't really do anything, even though there were attempts to play this line. Yeah, castle is the most principal. I'm not sure, like on the timing you go you go e5. It's I think it's slightly different, or maybe it just doesn't make any difference. Castle cd4 e5. Now there was a debate if it's queen e7, queen d8. I think queen d8 lately.
Yeah.
And then white doesn't take d4, but uses it as, I don't know what, kind of restriction for black pieces, right? Castles a3. Already not sure about rook c1.
I'm already not sure about a3.
About a3, yeah.
I think they actually put the bishop on e7,
Yeah, like you go bishop
themselves.
d3 and at some point...
Queen e2, I think, is the main
Queen
one.
e2 is the
and
main
then
one.
rook d1, yeah, and then knight g3, bishop g3, queen e4, this kind
So
of
yeah,
stuff.
that's what you... I mean, you want your guys here and you want to play for a
And
checkmate.
black needs to be very, very careful here. I mean, I think objectively black is fine, but very, very dangerous line.
Yeah, come on, Wesley so plays this line with black, so black has to be objectively
I mean,
fine.
black
yeah.
is fine, yeah. But I remember Vitugov beat Gaganov last year.
Yeah, in
this line.
last year in the Superfinal it was. Yeah, Vitugov won like in 25 moves with white.
But a3 rook c1 just feels wrong, to be honest. I mean, you need to attack here on the king side, and like the bishop on b4 didn't do anything anyway. So
And why would you? Yeah, gonna help it go back. So what does black do? Bishop d7.
well, that's the move they play generally, right after queen
Yeah,
e2. But
bishop d7, and very often it's bishop to c6, not knight to c6. Right, bishop c6 and knight to d7. Because here, if you go knight c6, maybe I'm still kind of, just playing this position. Queen,
Right.
queen e2. Yeah, a3 rook c1, maybe not the best, but how does black finish the development? So maybe bishop d7, bishop c6 needed.
yeah, and the general thing is that white never really wants to take this pawn because it will just lead to some simplifications, right? So we actually want to do this queen e2, bishop d3, knight g3 thing, but I'm curious if this is just something Polina, mixed up, or that's some really deep prep.
Okay, 1 hour 22, so that's...
Yeah, that's why we can't really tell.
I mean, it's a really strange
Yeah.
time mark on the clock. It's, you've prepared very well. It could be more time left, right? If, let's say, you're on your own, you have to be very confident in yourself, right?
Right.
Because the position is known to be complex. And then I'll just play a3 rook c1. It's clear that on every single move here, white has choices, right? White has choices, and after a3, bishop e7 once again. Queen e2, rook c1, bishop d3, different things.
Yeah, so I would say that I still don't really like this rook c1 stuff, but black's position remains very dangerous anyways.
Yeah. On the other hand, if you're playing white and somehow you feel that your attack doesn't work, it's not that easy to get in trouble with white. If you're careful, if you're kind of switching back to let's win the pawn and make a draw mode.
Yeah, but you may win this pawn back and then end up in a worse endgame.
Yeah,
so
it could be against
fun.
pair of bishops. Yeah. Right. So anyway, that's a conflict already on the board and can be an interesting game. Gunina with white against Garifulina. Let's check this one out. Oof! Just to find out that that's one of those, I wouldn't say boring, but it is one of those boring lines of modern chess. So c takes d4 and c takes d5, c takes d4, queen takes, pawn takes, and then you can do this. Once again, the end game, or you can
not
go
for Gunina, yeah.
bishop e7, e3, castles, queen a4, okay. Bishop h4 is fine. Queen b5, but then she plays queen b5, and rook d1, and bishop f6, bishop f6.
Isn't it Dudaka ranking game?
The one that
Duda won?
in
the finals?
the tiebreak or the finals, the finals
of the World
finals.
Cup, yeah.
So some knight d5 or
I guess
what was
it's
it?
not exactly this position, but definitely from this line.
Let's just imagine some. By the way, how does black do it? Say bishop d5, rook d5, and let's say I'm capturing on b2, right? Just to make sure I'm winning the pawn back.
Yeah, no, like just bishop c4 and stuff. And Valentina just took the pawn.
Yeah, the character is very similar to indeed to Duda
It's
Karyakin.
much more unpleasant than it may look at first.
Yeah, knight d5 played.
But this is interesting. This line, I don't think it existed a year ago. Nowadays, it's one of the most popular lines, and as well as the Tarish defense itself. Like semi-Tarish, it's been there for a while, but the Tarish, I think they play a lot at all levels.
So actually, in that game, it did happen through semi-Tarish, but you can have, you can reach the same position.
I mean, the way I feel it, like semi-Tarish is when you take on d5 with the knight. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I always approach it.
Yeah. All right, so bishop d5, you take with the rook.
And bishop b2 looks...
Bishop b2
forced,
or
more or
knight
less.
it's knight b4 move.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe that.
Yeah, but then bishop b2, right?
And then you can take on b2, right? And even so...
Yeah, well, even this position doesn't look like fun for black.
This, I mean, as soon as you'll be able to concentrate against the f7 weakness, right? I mean, white kind of is never worse? Probably never worse. I don't know, bishop c4 maybe runs into some rook c8, rook c1, so bishop c4, not sure. Yeah, so Gunina takes on d5, and maybe let's wait for what Leia is playing.
Yeah, I mean, knight b4 looks like the most principal line.
Because that we kind of agreed that...
Well, maybe here
but
knight
probably
b4 is
you can do more or
yeah.
less the same, yeah? We were doing bishop c4 and then knight b4, right? So my concern is that if I do this...
Oh, but maybe you can just play rook d7 instead of rook b5.
Here you can play rook d7, so that's why I'm starting with knight b4.
No, but she's taking the pawn.
So
bishop
she's
b2.
taking
Yeah.
the pawn. Queen a4. Keep the queens.
Queens, yeah. I mean, sometimes Valentino does this kind of crazy things. It's interesting if you think about it. So you say Valentina, and you know who we're talking about, right? Is there any other such? I mean, Magnus maybe. We also.
I mean, a lot of players go by nicknames, like Magnus, Fabi, there's only one Fabi. Sasha, technically. A lot of Aleksandrs, but when you say Sasha...
we all know.
We all know whom we are talking about.
All right, yeah, so...
Right, bishop b2 played. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. I'm not, once again, I'm not sure if it's the exact position from Duda Karyakin, but the spirit of this, the character is absolutely the same.
And that game was really one-sided, so...
Yeah.
It needs to be precise.
Karyakin, I don't remember if he had, probably he did have chances to like equalize, but he made maybe a one or two
inaccuracy.
It's not like blundered something, and then he was never let back in the game. Okay, so there is that. 2 games of the leaders. Then Evgenij Ovod, who is also on +1. White with Daria Voigt. Some end game.
This is the Karo, yeah.
The Karo, modern Karo Khan. D3, just like that. D takes, King D1, Knight F6, and Knight BD2. That was the move, right?
That is
Knight
supposed to be the main
F,
line, yeah.
and then I guess it was G5, right?
One of the moves, yeah. I mean, there's also H5, like a bunch of different options for black.
No, but I remember commentating on FIDE Grand Prix, I think 2019.
Karyakin
Yeah. And there was a game, Karyakin VE, and to my shame, I had no idea that this line is kind of recommended by computer, everything, and it was first game of the match. And that particular leg of Grand Prix, that tournament, it had a tendency that players would, make short draws and then battle it out in the tiebreak. And I said, okay, I cannot approve on that. They played 6 random moves, 7 random moves, something agreed to draw. And right after the game, I don't remember who that was, I had a guest, and then he explained that, in fact, it was obviously not very well fought game, but still, so it was trendy, this D3 and the end game, and Karyakin was kind of testing. And then if you don't play G5, you do something quote-unquote normal, then maybe white has
this
some
is
chances.
extremely unpleasant for black if you play it normally, like E5 and stuff. So, I played a couple of games in this line as black, way before it became popular, against one Greek. I think he just became a GM, Nicholas Theodorou. He's studying in the US right now. So I played a couple of games in St. Louis against him in some rapid tournaments. And he beat me twice in this game. I was like, man, how is it possible? Like, you can't equalize against this idiotic D3 line. And then it turned out that this D3 move is actually
serious. Yeah.
I mean, first of all, it's very serious. Secondly, it's the top line of Lila. And you need to be aware of the nuances here. And so far, first of all, as you said, knight FD2 is probably a bit more precise.
But maybe that's that's just a different thing. Yes, a knight B D2. Now at least there is no G5. Knight D7. Then white kind of extends the concept of playing only weird moves in the opening.
No, but this is standard for this line.
That's not a weird move. That actually this knight goes to D3. This knight goes to C4.
Right.
Or B3. Depending.
Right.
On what
and we
black
just are
does.
pushing on the queen side, and there's not much black can do somehow.
An A4.
Like
right.
what Darius is doing, I already
like G6, the
don't like.
bishop won't have anything to do on G7. I guess.
That's one thing, and the second thing is knight on C5 will be attacked by the bishop of the Apple. White plays knight C4 and bishop E3.
Honestly, I think white is just better already.
White is significantly better already.
Plain and simple, right? I'm not sure what the exact moves order is going to be. Do you play A5 that early? Do you start by playing C3, king C2? Maybe that's the case, because I just thought A5, black will have bishop E6.
Yeah.
But even so, like bishop C4 this time, king E2, yeah.
I like C3, king C2, knight C4, bishop E3, and it is just so simple for white. And there's no counterplay.
If you need B4 and then something goes to D3, white has kind of a mass of pieces on the queen side. I
won countless blitz games as white here because it's very simple to play. And as I said, black needs to be extremely precise from the very beginning, and I don't see that in Darius' moves.
So the only thing, since you've put the bishop on G7, the only thing I can think about is like move the knight away, play a5.
Yeah,
but play it not like an endgame, but some.
You play a5 and it actually doesn't really change anything. As I said,
white doesn't react.
I can even play knight d3, knight takes, bishop takes, and this is sometimes just a weakening.
Yeah, and often by that point you've already attacked the knight on C5, so F5 comes without any pressure on E4.
Right.
Okay, so that's seems modest, but in fact quite a venomous system against the Caro.
Very venomous. And in fact, at some point I decided that I wouldn't go for the endgame, and I had this in my game against Levon Aronian, and in the World Rapid, and he played this against me, and I played Queen C7, which is actually, I think, the most popular move nowadays. And it looks, it looks weird, of course, but black is kind of waiting for white to play his next move, and we just want to play. It depends on white's.
So the point is, like, if you put the knight on C3, now we actually
take and play E5
because if D E4 E5, then the knight on C3 is restricted by the pawn on C6.
Even this position is actually tricky because after bishop C4, I think you have to play H6.
Otherwise,
So-
otherwise knight g5 is unpleasant.
Right,
Yeah.
but I guess objectively black is fine here.
All right, so that's the one. Then let's move on. Galyamova with Pogonina, and that is no surprise. Benko/Volga Gambit, right? In Galyamova Pogonina, which served Pogonina well for, I don't know, 15 years. How many?
I guess so. Yeah.
A6. Do you have any kind of knowledge bombs in terms of newest theory in the Benko Gambit?
The most interesting thing I know about is that at least like 3-4 years ago there was a line where black wasn't trying to get the pawn back immediately on a6. So instead of bishop a6, they would play g6, bishop g7, and queen a5, some forcing stuff. But I mean, it turned out to be not so great for black as well.
What was this, used to call it kind of Dubov-Benko line? E6, right?
6 maybe, and we would see development or
understandable
Yeah.
development in Fedoseev, Yesipenko. I mean, when it's something like that is highlighted, that means the moves are repeated and the game is about to finish. So, just quickly, knight d7, indeed, e4 was played, and bishop b5 and queen b6. Funny move. Queen c3 takes on d6. Spectacular stuff.
Okay.
Check, queen f8, exchange on d7, queen e5, queen e7, and yeah, white has won back the exchange, but the fact that his remaining pieces are undeveloped, probably you can't really go for an endgame. Yeah.
No. So some interesting theory, I guess, but
Yeah, and there wasn't much of a game, so it's basically Fedoseev has tried some line, and it turned out that Yesipenko knows it, and that's it.
but sometimes it happens in modern chess, right?
I believe it happens very often in so-called sharp lines.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I mean, because you would think, oh, okay, sharp line, and you know,
Right.
usually amateurs are getting very kind of excited, and those guys in the know, they actually say, okay, so he'll ask one question, and then if the answer is yes, it'll be a draw.
One example from this room is Madlakov-Rachmanov. Remember that Catalan where black sacrificed a piece for once, and then it just dried out in a couple of moves.
Yeah, then the knight of the bishop g5, knight of the poison pawn.
Yeah.
Again, if let's say players who know it play it, usually it's a draw.
Yeah, I mean, especially after yesterday's game, maybe Fedoseev wasn't in the mood of actually playing a complicated game, and he just tried to.
I mean, blundering in one move
check.
never helps. Yeah. So what do we know here? Queen e2, knight d2. I mean, just some theory. No,
Yeah.
this knight. Wait, how did this? Wasn't it knight d7 usually?
I guess
Even queen b6 is something's off. I mean, compared to the usual.
compared to what we know, but I think Pogonina,
knows better.
knows better than us. Although she actually spent a lot of time, relatively a lot of time.
Queen a6.
But as far as I understand, this is the most annoying line for black. This e4, g3, king to g2. Hard to believe black has full compensation here, right?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the knight on c7 is supposed to be doing, to be honest, because
Good question.
the usual development would be knight on d7, where it can challenge the knight from b6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Challenge the c4 knight from b6, and there is more to that, where when you play knight d7, and white still has, by that point, the knight on f3, right? Black kind of threatens knight g4, knight e5. Not threatens, but it's sort of a maneuver that white prefer to prevent very often, and therefore h3 will be played. And then you'd go knight b6 and so on and so on. So here, it looks to me that white kind of saved on h3 because it's not necessarily...
You managed to get the knight to c4 as well.
Yeah, the knight on c4 is good.
The only idea I see for black is to play like knight d7, knight b6, and then knight b5, so try to get rid of all the knights and attack on the queen side. But
yeah, knight d7 is probably the very next move that will be played, you know. Knight d7, and then it's just a question how white's going to continue about this. And once again, the thing is that with knight on c7, I mean, I don't know, I do something, I don't know if rook e1 is a good something or bad something, and I wonder if at some point I'll be able to play that. Maybe I just play a4. Maybe I just play a4 here. Point being not b6 and even b2, b3. With the knight on c7, it's
this
still...
looks very solid for white. Maybe knight c7 supports c6 at some point, and then d takes, knight takes. We're kind of fighting for the d4 square, but
yeah,
I mean, it's still not enough to claim a full compensation here.
Okay, change of plan. Rook e8, e6, pawn takes, rook takes, and then d5. And white skips like 4 moves in a row.
Yeah. And even then, I don't think it looks too great.
Yeah, that's the problem. So black, in order to have kind of full compensation, really needs white to cooperate.
Yeah.
All right, so that's game 4. We still have a couple of games left. Bodnaruk with b-vol, I don't know what's... some new stuff. Knight c3, knight f6, d4. Do you know something about this line?
I know very little. I know that Mamedyarov has played it several times. A couple of games went successfully for him, but...
Okay, takes logical, queen takes, knight c6, queen d3.
Yeah, that's exactly the way Shah played it.
So compared to central game, knight c6, you never play queen d3, right? So that used to be the main line for years, and then I think like Wei introduced like funny looking queen c4. And even possibly even beat Karyakin once.
I mean, yeah. Black has lost a couple of important games in this line.
Yeah, so that way with knights already on c3, f6, queen d3 happens. It's more or less the same idea. I mean, if both sides developing normally, so you don't have the queen on e3, so you can actually develop the bishop to better squares, perhaps, not d2. But yeah, since you don't have the queen on the e-file, black, of course, is very tempted to try to play d5.
Although I don't recall any games
with d5,
with immediate d5 at least. There was something like bishop b4, castle, and then d5, but immediate d5, I don't know.
Okay, let's see. d5. If white would have taken, then knight b4, right? Knight b4 and the bishop f5 and something. So bishop g5, d takes on d8, bishop f6, g f6. Check here. And white didn't take on e4. Maybe that's why you don't play d5, because this looks like almost like a refutation. Knight d5, hitting this. Check. What's the problem? Or black has... are they trying to say that black has like tremendous compensation or what?
I mean, I guess there is some, but...
Like bishop h6 to prevent castle long, and then some f5, rook e8, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, your king is on e7 as well, so just... if I just develop, I think I'm in time to castle short if needed.
Yeah. Okay, what white does is knight d5, king e8. On the other hand, yeah, I mean, you've deprived black from castle, right? You go castles long, check, king b1, bishop g7. Oh, okay. Okay, but then it's even harder to prove that white has anything, because c6.
C6. Actually, I don't think white has anything at all.
It's a little bit strange choice not to take the pawn, even if it objectively doesn't lead to any kind of advantage.
I mean, I think it does. And looks like this one doesn't.
Check. By the way, makes sense that in some lines maybe there'll be the pin on the d file. And anyway, I mean, we played the endgame, so might as well drive the king away from the center. So what does white do here? Not sure at all.
I guess we kind of have to start developing our king side.
Yeah, I thought maybe f3. Which looks funny with all the pieces being kind of at home.
c6 where they
c6,
put
just go to e3.
Knight f5 stuff. Maybe, but hard to believe.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
hard to believe that white has something substantial, right? I mean, hard to believe that white has something. I mean, even if like a plain, a very modest fashion by taking, there's the problem. There's the problem.
I mean, otherwise black would be in a great shape.
I was ready to let knight f5 happen, but yeah, okay. Fair point. Knight
I think
f6.
I can move the knights, or maybe knight c5, bishop e6. Like, why would this be? Okay, this one could be a bit worse, right?
And rook d8, yeah, eventually rook d8. And well, maybe some slight chances still, but the point stands. You see the pawn, take the pawn. The point stands. There is one more game that we didn't look at all. Olga Gira against Marina Guseva. And it was an interesting line with the pawn sacrifice, which used to be super popular.
Yeah, back in 2007, I think.
Maybe even earlier than that, yeah. I don't quite remember who started all that.
Leko, Aronian.
Yeah. I mean,
guys.
there was like game one, the Genesis game, and then literally everyone picked it up.
I remember a lot of games from Levon. Maybe there was, maybe he wasn't the first one, but he was definitely playing this a lot.
Bishop g2, knight d5, castles, bishop e7, queen e4 is not the most popular move. Or hang on a second, bishop e7 is not the only move, I guess. No, bishop e7 is correct. Yeah. Rook d1 is typically what they do.
D1,
yeah.
Knight c6,
rook d1, and then you have a few moves, one of them being knight c6. Yeah. Exactly.
And what's the second one?
Queen c8. I think queen c8. Queen c8, so that you protect this guy, and then if knight jumps, you move the knight away.
I guess we should mention that castling is kind of losing because of
after rook d1,
queen e4.
Castles, queen e4.
Which is weird tactics, but it works for white.
So that's actually what white kind of tries to achieve the same way by playing queen e4. I'm not sure if bishop c6 is what you're supposed to do, but it was done. Knight e5, knight f6, knight takes c6, knight takes c6, queen a4, castles. And then if you win back the pawn, you have absolutely no advantage whatsoever. But players with white, they are tricky. They simply claim that this light square bishop is good enough for a compensation.
And d7 is weak as well, yes.
Yeah, and there is quite a lot of examples where this holds true. What was it? Rook d1, knight c6. Let me trying to recall. There was some funny line like starting. Could it be that it would start with knight c3? Takes that, this, for instance. People were playing this line. It's kind of simply pawn down, and then you pretend nothing happens.
Well, I actually like white in this position. Yeah.
Then you go bishop f4, and even sometimes the opposite colors. You take on e5, and because your bishop on d5 is such a monster, you just continue playing that. All right, so queen a4, castles, knight c3, a6, bishop e3, b5, queen goes here, queen f5, a lot of queen maneuvering, g6, queen to h3, and rook to a7. And still I feel like white enjoys it.
Even though the queen on h3 doesn't...
Queen on h3 is
right.
a little bit strange, yeah, but I mean still, you put something on d1, F rook, A rook. Probably you double on the D file by the end of the day.
Yeah, it does look nice because I mean black doesn't really have any active play here, right? Especially after g6. Now the dark squares are weakened as well, so something may happen on the dark squares as well. Yeah, I kind of like white. So how many moves has white played with the queen? That's the most curious thing here.
1. And then 2, right? And then 3, and then 4
5,
and 5 and 6. Not that many.
Only 6, yeah.
Not that many. Yeah, the queen on h3, what does it do?
Puts pressure on d7.
Puts pressure on d7, yeah, fair enough. So let's say, I mean, for some reason, I don't know if it's correct, but I'm tempted to put this rook on d1, even though I can't think of any use for this rook. Okay, so let's put the other. It's not clear how black kind of unties all that, right? d5 never happens. Knight d4 leaves you with the opposite colored bishops, but still the weakness on d7. So potentially, like you go knight d4 or something like that happens, and yeah, it's very likely that you swap the knights but lose the d pawn, and you know this 4 versus 3 is almost always like close to winning for white.
Right.
So white, at least, yeah, like from the opening, white got a very pleasant position.
An interesting opening choice by Gira because, as we said, this line is totally out of fashion.
Yeah, it was used to be very popular, then got almost totally forgotten. And remember, there were times that black was reluctant to take this pawn, so people would play bishop b4 check, and there were some discussions in that as well. Bishop b5. I don't quite remember how was it played, but certainly there was bishop b4 lines. Bishop b4, bishop d, or knight d2. Clearly they were giving this check. Okay, forget it. Let's go back to open. 2 Maxims playing each other. The Knight-of, the Kramnik variation of the Knight of defense, Knight of variation of the Sicilian, and then the Kramnik system of the Knight of
Kramnik attack.
Kramnik attack. So bishop b3, bishop b3, b5, castles. A3 castles, queen e2, bishop b7, f3, knight d7, castles long. That's exactly, I think, the line that Kramnik was playing against Grishuk in this blitz match. Rook to c8, obviously, right? Intending to take the knight if allowed.
Queen e1.
And remember, in one of the games, something like that happened.
I don't remember any of the games, to be honest.
Queen e1, then knight c5, and queen c7. Once again, I mean, it looks like, compared to usual lines, black has quite a lot of liberty, right? I mean, he's on time to do a lot of stuff. King b1, but maybe because the bishop is on a2, maybe because the, I don't know, e6 is sometimes can be taken, yeah? Maybe it only goes up to a certain point, black's attack, black's initiative, whatever, and then those pieces will be pushed back, and white starts with the G pawn.
I mean, if that's the case, yeah, that's a very interesting concept, right?
Yeah, but look, I mean, the very next move that Chigayev has played, bishop to a8. And this is something that is not that easy to comprehend.
I guess he wants to play rook b8 and b4.
Yeah, like rook b8 before or queen b8 before, yeah, understandable. But to start with bishop a8, and also like certainly black is slowing down, right?
I mean, that bishop on a2 reminds me the London bishop on h2, you know, where it doesn't look that great, but
yeah,
it
the
actually
moment
protects the king really well.
it protects the king, and the moment you gotta move something, immediately this guy is playing.
So, I mean, to be honest, visually it doesn't feel too like it's too much for white, but maybe maybe it's an illusion,
just
right?
Push this guy.
Yeah, g4, g5, and then even g6 immediately.
G4. Yeah, just thought, I mean, if you do this, can I play G5? Okay, knight H5 is the thing, but if knight D7, can I even do B4?
B7.
Yeah, I mean, and if the knight is on B7, then I don't think I'm that scared.
I mean, yeah, we don't
it
really want to consider this, I guess.
Has nothing to
as
do
black.
with the reality. I mean, it'll never happen in the game, but that's some
Funny position.
funny positions, yeah. And the knight on b7 having 0 moves as well as most of black pieces. Yeah, go f4 and just play it.
Yeah, but this is not happening. Okay, so g4 looks very, very natural.
G4 worth considering, yeah.
So rook b8, let's say. Queen b8, right?
Yeah, that's not that.
Okay, queen
Ah,
b8.
wait, this thing with queen b8 is that the bishop on e7 is not protected. So there is one more layer to this. Right, okay, b4 is the thing, or not the thing, this we don't know. But the other kind of idea is that, let's say I'm boring, I'm just pushing my pawns, and b4 runs into this tactic, right? So knight to d5, queen's attacked, and then knight e7 intermediate. You'll probably play knight e5 though.
Yeah, 95 g6, and who knows what's going on. But I also like your b4 idea, even in that position.
That's like g5 and b4 here.
Moreover,
Yeah,
you just win the
unless, I mean-
material here, right?
I mean, maybe he goes knight e4.
Yeah, but takes.
I still go for the same trick. Yeah. So interestingly, this king, even though I've played before, it's not that weak here, right? I have some pieces around. The queen from e1 guards b4 nicely. So black will have to be ultimately precise.
But also putting knight on h5 doesn't feel very safe for black, right?
Yeah, then at least I can say, okay, you're attacking me with one guy being stuck on the king side. Like g4, let's say queen b8, that, yeah. Maybe I can do this, and I'm not sure if I need the knight on c3 any longer. Maybe I can play knight e2 and then knight g3 stuff.
Right.
Actually, looks nice for white.
Looks
I mean,
nice,
one of
indeed.
those cases when you've played maybe a sideline and it worked out for you.
I mean, and the way I see it, at first it doesn't look that great for white. It looks like we put in bishop on e2, a3 is a hook.
Yeah,
and, like why would this be any bad for black? But the deeper you look, the more you understand that there is no real attack for black. And while our g4, g5, g6 is very straightforward and strong. And knowing Madlakov, he's done all the homework here, and it's not like he just pushed the space button, right?
Okay, so this looks like, anyway, like a very interesting game to follow. Matlakov thinking, so could it be that something bothers him about g4? No, I mean, this is not, I mean, if it would be possible to take, Can this be the case?
No, I don't think so. In worst case scenario, we just take over and play like Rook D2, for instance. I think that position.
Even that, like you take
better.
on H1, it's the bishop on E2 is good, right?
Yeah, but I'm curious what are his thoughts here, because I don't really see any alternative to G4, right?
Yeah, it's at least in a straightforward fashion, right? I mean, maybe there is something that you desperately need to play Rook D1 to C1, yeah, but we cannot identify such threats.
Yeah.
So to us, it looks like, you just have the G pawn, so push it. Okay.
I mean, sometimes in such positions you want to start with H4, but like this doesn't look like the case, right?
You can do both, but there is no reason not to play G4 first.
Yeah, because G5 also hits the knight, and black has an unpleasant choice.
Right, so let's move on then. Let's leave Maxims thinking about this original Sicilian. Predkevis Rachmanov, I've already forgotten what the line was. There was this funny thing after only 4 moves, E6, A3.
This Pankratov variation of the Queen's Indian.
Yeah, Pankratov variation. No, actually, white prevents Pankratov variation.
I know, I think, but 94 itself is already a Pankratov variation.
No, 94 was, if we are fair, it was known like way before Pankratov started to play chess, H4. You can't argue plays are in some, playful mood. H4, H6, A5, even though starts to be a bit... Bishop D2, Knight D7, G4, of course. H5, G5, and G6.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting how clearly Predke wants to get some sharp position, but Rachmanov is still rock solid, and I kind of like Black's position. I don't think he has any problem here. I'm actually a bit worried about White's king here. You probably don't want a castle short, right?
Yeah, but that's the question. Like too many. Okay, not too many, but a few. Strategic concerns for White. Like, do you want to allow Black to play 4? Like we switch to some, I don't know, you and I, Alex, we know a fair bit of King's Indian structures. Like imagine White plays E5 and Black goes, D5 and Black goes E5. Then, okay, A4 looks like a desirable inclusion, and then you put the knight on C5 and you're happy. So that's one thing. On the other hand, if you all of a sudden in this position, you start playing moves like B3.
I mean, the new king will never find a shelter, right?
Yeah. So if you make an argument for castle long, then Black just plays that, and probably plays for B6, B5 somehow. Probably plays for B6, B5. And once again, the fact that it's already blocked on the king side makes it very safe for Black king to be on G8, H7 if needed.
I mean, White desperately needs some light square bishop to be sacrificed on G6, right?
Yeah. So therefore, I'm thinking White has to be quite energetic approaching this position, and I'm not even sure what to do. Like E4, you get the center, but what's then? Like E4, E5, if it ever materializes. No.
But that is even strategically not so great,
once
right?
again, but what's great strategically? I mean, that's my point.
I mean, I don't really like White's position.
That's my point. I'm not sure what's strategically great here. Okay, Bishop C3. That's what he did. Bishop C3, point being, if you go Bishop G7, then B4, and at least expanding on the queen side, the rook's protected.
But again, so you just will castle. Queen A8. Actually.
I will resign.
Queen D1.
I will resign. No, I won't. Yeah, Queen D1. Lucky me.
Or King E2, actually.
Yeah, King E2 was a funny move. Yeah, to protect. I just spotted this double attack and was hoping that it wins. No, but after Bishop G7, B4, if it works, then at least white is getting somewhere and maybe keeps the king in the center, maybe even castle short. Right, and if black plays a4, which he will not do because bishop g7 is played, I thought c5 maybe is what is the point. Kind of using the moment that you still can't take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, like kind of c5.
Although I think I can try to ignore it, maybe?
By playing bishop g7, I'm not sure about c6. I mean, I'm not opening the position, but I'm getting so much space.
Okay, so knight d8, I think this is
knight
very...
d8, d5.
Oh, d5, d5 just wins.
No, I mean, you'll have to block, and then it's some weird position, because technically you can go out with this knight.
But this doesn't look great for black.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, can white be worse here? No, never. Can white be better? Easily.
Easily, yeah. Okay, so
probably this thing, the c5 thing, is important. So therefore, black goes bishop g7, and then I would probably want to play b4, or who knows, maybe go d5, e5, b5. No, that's nonsense. E4, yeah, e4, and I'm sad. I'm actually not so sad. On the other hand, I'm not so sad.
No, you probably said I just. Take castle,
knight d4, yeah, not as sad as I was expecting to be after e4, because I thought I'm losing a bit. No, e4, it's a check, actually. I mean, Alex, wake up. Both of us. e4, queen e4. Right. Who's sad? Okay.
So, yes, a very interesting strategic struggle here. And b4 looks like the right move. Although, I mean, let's say I just take on b4, take on e1 and castle. So, I mean, I think your king is still sort of weak in the long term. But I just don't have enough pieces to attack it, probably.
Yeah, I think you're kind of running out of ammo to attack. Although, I say king e2. Actually, I do like to include queen e8 anyway. Doesn't matter where I do. Queen d1 is awkward, right? Mm-hmm. So king e2, castles.
Yeah, and what's the problem with the king on e2? Let's say just bishop c3. Or
bishop c3. Maybe some e5 now. So that rook a1, I actually do have e4.
Yeah, you do, but I can just take on e5, I think.
Take on e5, knight takes, and then you take with the bishop. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe black kind of dynamically good, right? I mean, rook d8, even if, say, if you block it, it's rook d8, bishop comes out from f8.
Yeah, but that's interesting. I mean, I have queen d5, I think, and I really don't know what's going on instead of e4.
Yeah, queen d5. Say,
I may claim some strategic advantage as well, right? Queen to knight d2.
Knight d2, yeah.
And your rook doesn't get to d8, so
maybe it does. Maybe I just go rook d8. Wait a second. Yeah, I play c6, you put it on e4, right? And that's one of the rare cases
and if you check
where this bishop can be an idiot, right, on g7. Yeah, so that's very tricky. And it will not happen because white has played knight f3, d2. Does it mean that the f-pawn will start?
That's exactly what it means, I think. And this is actually some aggressive setup for white. F4, e4, f5, I mean, very straightforward and might be strong.
Yeah, so that kind of implies that we're probably castling long, and Pushkin.
And we get what we want, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, move on. Fedoseev Yesipenko a draw already, quite some time ago. Goryachkin with Vityugov developed quite a bit. This Catalan, a4, b6, that's what we've seen. Bishop g5. Then putting the knight on d2, bishop a6, rook to c1. Very solid. b5, knight to e5, knight was swapped, bishop here, a takes, bishop takes, knight c4.
I honestly have a feeling Nikita just totally overlooked knight takes c4 after c takes b5.
You mean CB5? So that was kind of the original plan, and then knight C4 wins the pawn back, and white actually gets a huge advantage, right? Because if you take, indeed, it's a check, take the bishop, and so on. Okay, so bishop takes, knight takes.
Because the position on the board, I mean, what's so great about it for black?
Yeah, what's so great for black? It's not like maybe it's not not terrible yet. Not the wait a second. So he captures, queen takes, rook takes. But how about? I mean, maybe he got a For now, he plays queen b7. Let's say white goes c1 or c2, c1, for instance. I mean, this diagonal, no knight b4, and then you're not protecting it, but just castling. Could this be?
Take?
Castle, you
and
take.
Next move I take on g5. I mean,
you're up a
just
pawn,
pawn up,
I mean, what can I say? You're up a pawn. If you take the pawn, you're a pawn up.
That's fair.
If you win the pawn, that means you're a pawn up. And queen b7's played. So what else? Certainly not king e7. We don't believe in that. Well, knight e7. No, wait. Rook c6. Rook c6. Game over. Rook c8.
But anyone takes and
that's what I thought. Takes rook g4, takes rook c5. This
extremely unpleasant for black.
Yeah, it's like you make a draw or you don't. Yeah, you're right. By the way, rook g4 is another interesting. Yeah, rook g4 castles. You probably provoke g6, right?
Yeah, I mean it's funny. I didn't see queen c5. You didn't see rook c5. You didn't see rook g4, but. Now you're thinking that rook g4 is a better option, and I'm thinking that rook c5 is actually a better option. I mean, both look unpleasant, but...
Yeah, like white gets like very solid, like zero risk and very pleasant position.
Perfect situation for Gareshkin.
Yeah. Andreikin with Aleksandr. We were saying that what happened?
It did not take.
The bishop survived. The bishop on d6. How come?
I mean, maybe he wasn't sure about that position after c takes d6.
Yeah. So here
is interesting.
You still have this, the old-fashioned background. Me and you, we have. The bishop is stronger than the knight.
The bishop is stronger, the structure is terrible, the bishop on b7 is bad. How come white is not better? But apparently that's the case, right?
Yeah, so what he does instead is bishop g5. But honestly, I trust Andreikin on this one. So if it would lead to, if it would lead to some sort of pleasant or promising position, he would take it, of course. So instead, bishop g5, rook c1, c6, knight e3, and after h6, you have no other choice but to take, go f4. And, you kind of claim it's a Pillsbury knight, and Well, actually...
I like white.
Yeah.
For sure.
For a change, this knight on e3 is not pointless at all. I mean, it's not going too far, but it keeps d5 in check. So black, I think, will find it hard to play c6, c5, which apparently is the only source of counterplay.
And even knight d7, I guess, I just protect the knight first, like queen z3, and c6 is attacked as well.
Yeah, c6 is attacked.
Don't think you ever want to take on e5?
Yeah, like taking on e5 is... Okay, looks terribly bad.
Yeah, but if you don't take, how do you... you can't tolerate this knight forever, right?
Go back.
And also playing f6 is nearly impossible because the pawn is in h6 already.
Yeah, like with pawn, you can say, do this, queen d3, bishop a6, though, whatever, yeah.
For instance, yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to say very often, I mean, knight on g6 is annoying, but very often this knight does not leave.
Queen g6,
does not leave, yeah.
Maybe
you just go like queen g6, knight f5, I mean, all that, yeah. In this particular case, you can sacrifice. It feels that it's winning. Yeah, like any knight to g4 probably wins, and then sacrifice on h6.
He's just too weak. And then where's black's play?
take on e5 and pray that it's somehow... No, knight d7. Knight d7. Okay, but as you said, queen d3.
And maybe now takes and bishop g5 if you take the f-pawn.
So you take with the knight. Hang on. What if I actually move the e3 knight to g4?
So it's still take, I guess.
With the knight.
Yeah.
With the knight, yeah. So yeah, this g5 is a nice square. g5 is a nice
How about
square.
knight f5 instead of knight g4?
Yeah, maybe knight f5. Well, actually, also has some targets.
Maybe we can even play e4 at some point, and then queen g4 or stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
one of the things I was kind of debating with myself. Like, take with the d pawn.
Yeah, and then play e4.
And bishop e7 and go e4.
Looks terrible.
And again, the bishop on b7, and it all looks bad for black.
Yeah.
At least
I
optically.
mean, we could consider something like d4, but then queen g4 just mates, basically, so...
Yeah,
It's really
maybe
bad.
Aleksandr just mixed something up and ends up in the inferior position.
The h6 move I don't like at all. I mean, first of all,
Yeah, like
we don't have
here.
f6 anymore. Secondly, White probably wants to take on f6 and play f4 anyways.
Yeah, could it be that, I mean, I don't know what Kirill's kind of main repertoire used to be.
Queen's Gambit accepted.
Queen's Gambit accepted. So my point is that maybe it's kind of a lack of experience in this kind of things, because it's not even the Queen's Indian, but the Tartakova TMB line. Yeah, the Tartakova, Makagonov, Bondarevsky from Queen's Gambit declined, where White at some point voluntarily takes
Right.
before black plays knight d7, right? So White takes on f6 to make sure that bishop takes on f6 and black loses some tempo. So here...
I mean, I think you're absolutely right, because, as I said, Queen's Gambit accepted has been his main opening for many, many years, and as White, I think he literally played like 3 games with first d4, so...
Yeah, I understand.
And this position looks pretty bad.
There could be, like tactical problems here, but I mean, if anything, maybe this is the move you play.
Yeah, but...
So you swap the bishops, right?
Logically speaking, bishop b4, bishop d6, bishop e7, can you actually equalize this way?
You've played 3 moves, you've played 3 moves, and White didn't do anything silly, right? He went knight c4, which is okay.
Yeah,
Knight c4 to e3, right? Bishop went to g5 in one go, rook c1, yeah. And you were playing black, so already like White's supposed to have a slight initiative plus 2 tempi lost.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, our leader may be in trouble here. We like the move knight f5, right? That's our conclusion.
Right, and one more game. Pankratov with Motilev here, where indeed queen d8 was played, rook to c1, rook to e8, knight e3, bishop e6, and bishop c4. So Pankratov simply keeps the pawn on d2, says that, yeah, that's a good bishop. It's not that easy for black now, I realize it now. Bishop c4, if you don't do anything, I swap on a6, go rook c4. And this rook on c4 is nice, yeah? Rook c4, queen a1 if needed.
And if I just move the knight back, let's say a6, for instance.
Yeah, a6, so then I take, rook takes,
Yeah.
that. Knight c6, yeah? No. You know what? I want to play d4, and I want you to take, so that I go knight f5, and then something happens with like rook on 4th rank. That's probably also nothing.
Knight e5.
Probably also nothing, yeah. But the bigger concern is probably that you won't take after d4, but go, I don't know, b5, knight b4, you have knight e7, knight d5, maybe immediate knight d5.
Yeah, and also, I mean, a6 is probably not
a6 is the most energetic way, not the most energetic.
I mean, maybe it's not that stupid.
All right.
It's not easy to find an obvious move.
Yeah. And looking at the clock, they've reached this, I want to say, very original position relatively quickly. It's move 17. White still on 1 hour 17 minutes.
I don't think the clock is right here in this case. So everyone else is on like 55 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well.
It's either this, this glitch that we had, so someone has spent a lot of time and someone could be Motilov because he just made a move. Yeah, look what happened.
Right.
26 minutes left for Aleksandr Motilov.
That changes
That changes
things,
it
right?
a little bit because it seems, he was showing more than 1 hour, right? Was showing more than 1 hour. So
1 hour and 8, I think, or something.
So about 40 minutes he spent in this position before he captured on c4.
Oh, yeah, as we said, there wasn't any obvious solution, but I mean, and that's been a problem for him. I think for the first games that he's been spending too much time. That really backfires.
Bishop c4, rook c4, and okay, let's just hope that he knows what's the follow-up. Yeah,
Hey, maybe just knight c6.
Yeah, knight back to c6. I mean, maybe the position itself is still fine. You know what? Maybe I just go f3. Positional chess, never heard of. I'll just go f3. But at least if you take, all of a sudden, all of my pieces make sense.
If queen takes, I'm sorry, pawn takes. How do you take back?
Pawn, maybe rook takes. Yeah, if queen takes you, can I?
d2, right?
Queen d2, and I don't have the move.
Everything is hanging.
These two guys. Yeah, bishop c1 feels wrong. So then I take with the rook, yeah?
Knight e5 at least, yeah.
And yeah, you can force me to simplify. Can force me to simplify, yeah. But yeah, rook c4 is not a big surprise. Knight c6 indeed.
Oh, it does feel okay for black, right? But just like how much time he spent on it doesn't feel right.
And as you told me, Pankratov is kind of a guy who will very easily play it fast from this position, just to put some extra pressure. Yeah, exactly.
Queen a1.
Queen a1. Yeah, because why not?
Because it's probably the best move in the position, right?
Yeah, it's also not a bad move indeed. Yeah.
But that's why maybe a6 was just a better move, because in the similar line, my rook is already on e6, right?
Yeah, because now it looks like but black will have to play rook e6. Queen d2, white just takes twice, and it looks very dangerous.
Yeah, pretty bad.
There is also rook d1 and mid. No, that's not the pawn you want to be taking. Okay, some chances for Pankratov maybe.
But what's the follow-up after rook e6?
6 is I mean, I still want something with this rook on fourth rank. Maybe I'm just delusional.
And,
rook e6 played, yeah.
Okay.
f3 is too much.
Well, technically it's still 26 minutes for 21 moves, so not that terrible yet, but may get dangerous.
Yeah, like the tendency is that it's not like the position is clarified completely. There is still potential he'll spend more time and more time and more time. Right, let's do a quick overview of the women's tournament, starting with the leaders, Gunina Garifulina. Remember this. Duda Karyakin game. Bishop c4, knight b4, exchange on b6, rook d7.
And that's the line we were covering, right?
ac1, bishop b3, check. Swapped here, rook a8, king d2, this, and rook b1. This doesn't look like Gunina's winning. I don't think.
All right, so I move the bishop back. What's the plan?
Bishop to f6, maybe some bishop. No, there is no bishop d5. Bishop f6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can make an argument for a check. So that's perhaps what Black is thinking. I mean, just to give a check and move it so that...
Actually makes sense, yeah, I agree.
Not sure where the king is going, but let's say the most obvious case, king e2, bishop f6, and knight c3 is a threat, right? I don't know. I think what you do is you actually take, you go here and you just claim that it's good enough for a draw.
Rook b2? I don't think so.
Yeah, there is rook b2 as well.
Rook a1, maybe even more
rook
precise.
a1, yeah. No, I thought like if you have to drop back and then knight d4 and the b pawn maybe will never move, and hopefully white, it kind of white's play is good enough for a draw. But yeah. What else? What else Black could be thinking of?
Yeah, so either check or...
Check on an immediate
f6,
bishop f6.
Yeah,
she just gives check.
Smart thing. Yeah, I don't think king goes to e2, maybe d3.
c2 or d3, something like that, right?
But in any case, looks like Black is out of danger here.
Yeah, she's always going to have c3 square, right? She's always going to have c3.
I mean,
it's
we're not
like
trapping the knight, yeah.
Yeah, extra option of a check if something happens, but c3 is always going to be there. Oops, wrong game. Sorry.
Very, very precise play by Leah. Much better than
Sergei Karyakin did. Yeah. If once again, if we are talking the same position, right? All right. So there is that. Shuvalova and why Karyakin comes to mind? Shuvalova Kashlinskaya. Once again, I don't know what Shuvalova did and was it right or wrong, but now she switched to doing the right thing. So it was a3 rook c1 after queen b6. Maybe queen b6 is a bad move because you're kind of hinting your opponent at what to do. Attack the b2 pawns, queen e2, queen d2 blade. Queen d2, so it goes by f4.
Yeah, maybe
rook d8, bishop d3, well. Yeah. Knight d7, h4, knight f8, queen f4, bishop d7.
Knight f6 is in the
Knight f6 is what you want to do. The question is, what's next, right? Knight g5?
Knight g5? I mean, f7 is hanging as well, right?
Yeah, you can try to take f7, yeah, but knight g5 is what I want to do.
This does feel good enough.
I mean, I don't know. Looks like...
And that's why we keep the pawn on d4. That's why we're not we don't really want to take it as white, because, otherwise Black would have some counterplay on the d-file. And now this pawn is just... In a way, it protects white from getting attacked on the d-file.
So after bishop d7, yeah, like really, what do you do after knight f6? And we kind of presume that this knight cannot be taken, right? Maybe it can, but what's the move then? I don't know.
Yeah. Even e5 doesn't work, right? Because of queen g3 check.
Yeah, e5, queen g3 check.
So it's time. Let's go, Paulina. We haven't seen a really fancy game yet, right? In this tournament.
Yeah, like kind of attacking game with sacrifices you're talking about. Yeah,
it's knight f6.
Yeah, so the one Gunina won against Guseva was just an easy winning position from the opening, so it wasn't much of an attack.
It was just an easy one, and the same. The game, yesterday's game, I think, against Kashlinska was much better, but also no brilliant moves. All right, so knight f6 is on the board, and Kashlinska actually made it for the second time in a row.
You know what? Maybe what I'm supposed to do is to take with the bishop and go e5, kind of trying to bail out.
queen. Oh, queen e4 doesn't work. Yeah, so knight e5, and you take with
Knight
the queen.
e5, and you take with the queen.
Oh, this way you
That's
may
actually-
actually, this looks.
It's not that bad, right? I mean, because
at all.
I'm still up a pawn.
I mean, I think if anyone is
still
better,
up.
it's probably black. Yeah.
So maybe everything is under control then. Bishop
Right.
takes, pawn takes, e5, and I won't be surprised if you have to take with the queen, then, queen f6.
But you still can't take the pawn on d4.
No,
right?
you trade and you move the bishop, that's what I thought. Like bishop e4, and still,
And black is at least fine here.
Yeah,
so.
black won't be worse. I mean,
Maybe-
if white gets the pawn back on d4, it's still a draw. Nobody cares about those double pawns in such positions.
And Alina will find this, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that probably means that knight f6 is just bad. I mean, because this position looks very promising for white.
So you mean you'd look for an alternative in some way.
something.
Yeah, but maybe.
Maybe we wait for bishop c6 and then play knight f6.
Yeah. Let's think what could we do. And knight g6 is kind of a thing, maybe, which for some reason wasn't played immediately.
Just queen
Maybe just queen g3, right? Okay, so bishop d7. Yeah, maybe a move like rook fe1 or stuff like that. All right, so knight f6. Indeed, seems to be perhaps the only way, but kind of a good enough way.
Yeah, I mean, she will play it. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop takes.
I'm wondering if Paulina missed this idea, because I mean, if you see it, you kind of don't want to go for this endgame where the best you equalize, right?
Any chance that there is some beautiful combination here? I mean, you can technically can try to keep the queens and play this, but you're a pawn down,
Where's
and
the compensation?
not clear if you have any kind of initiative, right? I mean, you probably okay. The knight on e5. I mean, slight kind of. I don't know. No, it's unlikely. Yeah, ef6 played. e5 on the board.
Well played, Paulina.
Yeah.
So she's not getting mated.
She's not getting. Yeah, after all, she's not getting checkmated. All right. So in both games here, and Gunina Garifulina seems like black is totally fine. Giria with Guseva. This fancy.
Two moves have been played, right?
They both spent quite a lot of time, it seems. Yeah, queen h3, rook a7, a to d1, and knight e5. And that's it. And Giria, perhaps she spent much more time than it's indicated.
And this is, I mean, if she spent a lot of time on figuring out which rook she wants to put on d1, right? Rook f d1, rook a d1. This is like a beginner's mistake, I think, in terms of time management.
Here in terms of, I mean, not only the time management, but as well, like what I would do, I mean, I would ask myself, do I really have something like immediate? If not, just schematic thinking. I mean, I want this here, and just play, right? Because that's not something very forcing. It one of those positions that you describe as unpleasant. And unpleasant means you make moves and you give your opponent choices,
The position plays
and
itself.
the way to go wrong. Knight e5.
Bishop g5, I think, makes
Bishop
sense as well.
g5, yeah, once again, some opposite colors maybe, and we are not
Queen h4
we're not
could be
capturing yet, yeah, so some queen h4.
But even if we do, I think even that position might be annoying, although
Like,
the bishop on g7.
With bishop on g5, interestingly, I might actually go f4, f5. It weakens a lot of stuff, but also it kind of puts the rook.
Yeah, but it's double-edged.
Probably not. Yeah, it depends, of course, on what black's doing. Okay, but here once again, it's very hard to judge this position. I mean, it didn't change from the time we looked at it.
And we still
all that
have the
much.
same
Knight to d5. She
evaluation,
goes
right,
knight
that-
to d5. Yeah.
full compensation, at least for white. And
Yeah, should be.
more pleasant game. She
Should
spent
be.
12 minutes on this knight d5 move. And
Also
I guess it's
possible.
fine,
Knight
yeah.
takes, and then perhaps in this case you take with the rook, right? So to put the other rook on d1.
probably, yeah.
No,
Bishop
you
takes.
take with
That
the bishop.
also makes
says,
sense, I
okay.
think.
Yeah.
But now rook a1 feels a bit more precise than rook fd1, because now we actually have we still have this f4 f5 idea, right? With the support of the bishop.
Yeah, so the bishop on d5.
f7, you know. Where's the play for black? I mean, yeah, the pawn.
Yeah, the knight on e5 is nice and all, but we'll say you go d6, yeah, and then that's a possible follow.
Maybe even
I don't
bishop
know, knight
h6
c4,
first.
right? Maybe you go bishop h6, and if the knight, rook moves, and then f4, knight c4, and you say, okay, I go f5.
Yeah. I mean, this looks correct.
This looks winning, to be honest. This looks winning. Right, so indeed, very promising for white after this opening line. A few more games. Ovot in her, as we assessed, much better endgame against Daria Voigt. I'm not sure if it's still the case. Yeah. So bishop g7. That's what we've seen. a5, bishop e6, knight d3, knight fd7, knight f4. How white spent, seems to me, too many moves with the knight in this game. c4.
Too many moves, and that bishop was kind of useless anyway, so...
But even so, maybe white is still kind of...
No, I think white is better, but not as much. King d7, rook d1, king c7. I think this is very.
You don't care all that much about the double pawns. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
No, she just exchanged way too many pieces, and in fact, she exchanged the wrong pieces. You kind of need to have a knight here to attack.
Yeah, but knight on c4 is
weakness.
nice. Yeah, knight on c4 is nice.
Bishop is sort of useless here.
Mm-hmm. So still white is in full control, like a nice position, nothing wrong.
But yeah, hard to make progress here, I think. I mean, she misplayed it a little bit.
You know what? If you go king d7, I'll try to be smart. I mean, I'm not saying I'm smart. You use the d file, I use the d file. If you go to c7, I go to e3. And then maybe I support f4. Who knows? And if this happens, it actually kind of makes sense from white's perspective. And then, I'm not playing for much here, but at least kind of to get more space. Who knows? Maybe still.
Maybe.
So I agree with all the criticism of white's play, like exchanging too many pieces and so on. And yeah, like say here, it felt like you should be able to push this knight away, right? Not to exchange it.
Exactly.
So knight c4, that's what we were looking at, right? Like c3, king c2, knight c4, and bishop e3 tempo was very important in all those lines.
And knight gets out as well, so... And it's funny that all the problems for black are connected with the fact that the pawn is on c6.
Yeah. Which just happened on move one.
Yeah.
So maybe after all, Karo-Khan is not that
c7 looks fine as well. If we get to play e5 in the next move, why
e5, king e7, f6. Yeah. I mean, don't need f6, but might as well.
I mean, I would seriously consider e5 even in this position after f4.
But are you sure you're winning this guy back?
I mean, maybe I don't, but...
Like rook f1, rook f6, that's what bothers me a little.
All right, maybe it's a bit too much.
I mean, it's still tricky because, for instance, you have such maneuver. Rook d7, rook e7. Okay, she just goes e6. Just goes e6. And this could be, don't want to say a recipe for disaster, but to my liking, white gets too much space.
How do you use that space?
On the other hand.
I mean, my knight is
a jumpy piece. Yeah, you go e5, knight gets to d5. Yeah, you try to put the pawn on c4 first, and then go
knight h6 always.
No. Once again, too little material left.
Yeah. No, imagine having a knight here, then you have all these holes on d6, f6.
Very simple. Knight on c4 instead of bishop on c4. You go e5 and you are laughing. Okay, so there's that. Then Galyamova with Pagonina, the Benko Gambit. The Benko Gambit, which developed a little. d7, h4. Okay. For h5, rook to c1, knight b5, and then takes. That's mysterious. What white has done is a little bit...
I don't like h4, h5, to be honest.
Yeah, h4, h5 is inclusion per se is a little bit strange because, remember I was talking about h3.
Right.
The thing is, if anything, white wants to play e5, yeah? For that, well, it's not very common, but sometimes f4, e5 will be used, yeah? And how do you play h4 and f4 and leave this square?
Right.
So the other thing is, like, maybe you're hoping for g4 and just attack that. Maybe you just go g4. I don't know.
Oh, but takes knight f6. Or you play h5.
Yeah, I mean...
But
But
e5.
kind of looks like an all-in mode for no particular reason.
No reason at all. I mean, especially with the bishop on g7.
Yeah. But other than that, what do you do? a2 is hanging.
a3,
I mean,
let's say?
playing a3.
Then that b6, right? Or
Yeah,
knight
somehow this a3 is known to be a silly thing to do, right? In Benko. I mean, maybe that's an exception, but typically you've played a3, and that means that sooner or later you'll lose this pawn, right? Even at rook fb8, knight e5, you're absolutely right. Yeah, knight e5.
Your black's position looks better and better for every move.
Yeah.
So h4 definitely feels right. Rook c1 also. Now the pawn on a2 is attacked, so...
Yeah, so what I was saying was this, right? And I don't see why it's wrong, to be honest. Yeah, okay, I mean, I'm giving you... yeah, but then you probably do this and try to get to b3, maybe. It's still a tricky position. Maybe, you know, we were criticizing Pogonina's play, but maybe she knows what she's doing.
No, I actually wasn't really criticizing her. It's something new to us. But
new,
as I
original, yeah, I agree.
She probably knows what she's doing.
I agree, but what I'm ready to do is to criticize what White has done, yeah, because this position on the board looks fairly pleasant. That's why you played the Benko with Black at first place, right? I mean, to make sure that your king is safe and you have the initiative on the queen side, and White finds it hard to play each next move.
Right, maybe bishop g5 is a move.
Yeah, bravo. That bishop g5, it's, you know, it's a secret move that they play in every single Benko line, right? I mean, and it actually kind of justifies h4, h5 a bit. And the trick is that you practically never want to take.
I mean, here I think you
but
want
you
to...
annoy Black, yeah.
No, I mean, if rook a2, you just take on e7, say you're probably winning. And if you don't, I play b3 and a2 is protected. That's the point here.
Knight b6, you can go b3. Or knight e5, you can go b3, right? Knight e5, you can probably still take.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean, b3 is the key. I think if I put the pawn on b3, make sure a2 is not attacked.
Yeah, rook c2 and so on. Yeah, that's
extra pawn, right?
It's a pawn up, and actually with bishop on g5, sooner or later you might go back to this g4 pawn takes, queen takes plan.
So, as always, we just criticized White's play, but if she plays bishop g5...
Yeah, but bishop g5...
Maybe she's
fair
close to
point,
winning,
yeah,
actually,
fair point. Bishop g5 is a good move to play. All right, and there is something else. There is Bodnar rook with Bivol. I keep forgetting what this... that's some really, really strange opening, and therefore... G4. Yeah, fighting for a 5 square. It's not where a 5 square is. c6, knight e3, h5, g, h5, not fighting for anything. Knight e2, knight g3, rook e5. What you can't deny that the both players playing in a very original manner.
But that's the only good thing so far.
I don't know. H-pawn. Let's move the H-pawn forward. F5 is kind of a threat, right?
No, but knight c4 could be annoying, I think. No, maybe rook d5.
Rook d5, yeah, that's what she wants. No, I thought this...
Yeah, but you push the pawn, I mean, alright, you get it.
No, I want bishop h3 and to get to f5, so that's kind of a purely positional move. And I was kind of ecstatic about it, but you have f5 and this kind of f4 is a silly but very serious threat.
Knight h5?
Knight h5, bishop h6.
Aleksandr.
Now some, but yeah, that kind of looks
Knight C4
playable.
now.
Yeah,
Knight
like knight
C4,
C4.
You don't have knight D5
Jumping,
anymore,
yeah,
rook
jumping
D5.
back and forth. So that's a very original position, and in that case, I would let players think about it.
But I like this idea of exchanging the light square bishops and then try to get the knight to f5. Then white is probably better.
Yeah. So once again, the thing is the reminder that black cannot castle, and this is important.
I guess with the rook on e5,
Yeah,
it's kind of clear that she can.
No, I mean bishop d7 castle along would also be getting the rook in play in a harmonious way, because there you're not on time, I'm afraid, right? Bishop h3, and if you swap the bishops, you're running into knight f5 check.
But king e6, maybe?
So you mean takes, and then king e6, right? That's correct.
But the rook may
It's kind
run
of, yeah.
out of squares
There
as
is
well.
still a lot of very tactical tricks. Like knight g4 almost traps it. Yeah, knight hard. Rook on h3 is bad. Now I realize the rook on h3 is bad. Okay.
Double-edged, but if white finds this plan, it feels like it's a bit trickier for black, right?
Gurechkina with Yugov will be a draw. How about
Already?
that? How about that for a claim? Because I don't see the position, I don't see the players, I see what the last move was, and it was rook g7 check. And that was something that I didn't mention, but I mean, castle's short, and if you want, you can make a draw. And that's what Gurechkina did. So I've seen, in game text, I've seen rook takes g7 played, and it could mean two things. Vityugov blundered checkmate in two.
Right.
Like white went queen h6, and he took the b2 pawn, and Gurechkina, instead of checkmating him, took with the rook. But yeah, if I'm serious, of course, yeah, if you see rook takes g7 in the text, that means she simply went for the perpetual check. And
well, that's kind of disappointing, to be honest. I mean, she could play rook c5 and have a very, very pleasant position with no risk at all.
yeah, this seems to be that white can't really risk much. Although, maybe she just kind of calculated a little bit, thought, yeah, I'm not risking anything, but maybe I'm not winning. I don't know, like castles attacks the b pawn, attacks the e pawn, and kind of all
worst case scenario, you'll get 4 versus 3, I think.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, Aleksandr decided in favor of a draw, and the game concludes after the threefold repetition. And, upon arbiter's requests, they can reach move 40, making the same moves, in fact. Which leaves the tournament situation more or less intact, right? Vityugov on +1, Gurechkina on 50%, so... How about the break, I'm supposed to ask at this point, but I'm actually asking about Andreikin and Alekseyenko. How bad is it for Alekseyenko? Because if Andreikin wins, it will be a mess, right? Andreikin wins, catches up with Alekseyenko, Vityugov by making a draw catches up with Alekseyenko, and anyone who wins in 50% group. So we could have up to 5 people tying for first.
Well, why not? I mean,
that's what makes it exciting.
That's what I want to see, yeah.
It's not like one guy has 5 out of 5, the other guy has 4.5, and everyone is miserably crawling on -1. Yeah. Okay, so you were right about knight f5 being a good move. Knight to f8. So that if knight takes c6, okay, it's tactics. That's what those young guys are doing, tactics. For some reason, I don't know which reason,
Queen d7.
apparently you can... Queen d7 immediately, right. Queen d7, both knights are hanging. Knight f8 and e4 played by Andreikin. So...
Alekseyenko is not happy about his position.
Yeah. So, but what's the point? So pawn takes, bishop takes simply, or there is something painful?
Queen g4, I think, is kind of... But yeah,
Queen
maybe
g4
just bishop
attacking
e4.
h6. Yeah, well, actually, I mean, if you take e4, you Takes c6 as well, and you do it many times.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about that pawn anymore. Queen g4 stuff looks way more
This
annoying.
as well.
Yeah.
Queen
c6 is like,
G4,
at some
H6.
point
Yeah.
I may take it.
Yeah, like c6 is, if you'd be defending very well, then you'll end up losing your pawn.
Right.
Yeah, that's a very bad position for Aleksandr, so no wonder he's thinking here, and it won't be that easy for him to find the way to bail out.
Opening disaster, yeah.
Yeah, looks like
Clearly mixed something up. I mean,
playing
some weird
h6,
line, yeah.
allowing more or less known pattern was this knight on e5, supported by 2 pawns, but similarly he got in an unpleasant position, couple tempi down. I mean, that's the feeling, yeah. All right, so I think that's pretty much it before the break. So now it's a break time. Games are very, very interesting. As per usual, everything in the women's section is going on, and
Right.
very hard to tell any single result, I may argue. For open section, so 2 draws. Alex is a little bit disappointed with Goryachkina's decision not to continue.
I'm rooting for her, so
I'm okay with her.
yeah.
Right, and the other games are very, very entertaining as well. So we will be back in some 10 minutes and we'll continue with round 4.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
особняк на Гоголевском бульваре 14 включен в список объектов культурного наследия столицы как особняк Васильчиковой-Оболенского фон Мек. Построенный на пепелище пожара Грозного 1812 года, он стал семейным гнездом известных аристократических семей и уважаемых купеческих родов. Уже почти 200 лет по парадной лестнице с мраморными ступенями и палисандровыми поручнями, мимо строгих кариатид, хозяева и гости поднимаются в парадные залы особняка. Самый просторный из них – большой зал, обустроенный князем Оболенским в 1859 году как место для балов, с хорами для музыкантов. Последние дореволюционные хозяева дома, Зимины, использовали его для репетиции частной оперы, о чем напоминает уникальный рояль «Бехштейн» 1908 года. Когда в 1956 году дом стал центральным шахматным клубом, здесь проходили важнейшие мероприятия мирового уровня, вплоть до съезда ФИДЕ и матчей на первенство мира. Для тех, кто не мог попасть в переполненный зал в качестве зрителей, на чугунном балконе выставлялась гигантская демонстрационная доска, и за ходом важнейших партий можно было наблюдать прямо с бульвара почти в режиме онлайн. Красно-золотой парадный зал, его еще называют Чегоринский, место для наиболее торжественных мероприятий и встреч. Во время недавней реставрации восстановлен его вид по состоянию на конец XIX века. 150-летний камин из итальянского мрамора – один из 3 сохранившихся в особняке. Рядом с парадным залом – зеленая гостиная, некогда кабинет хозяина дома, а в советские времена – гроссмейстерская, куда имели доступ только обладатели высшего шахматного звания. Здесь юный Бобби Фишер сражался в блиц с Тиграном Петросяном и Евгением Васюковым. Здесь занимался с учениками Михаил Ботвинник. Самое необычное помещение особняка – мавританская комната. Архитектор, выполнявший задачу по соединению главного здания усадьбы с флигелем, отдал дань модному в середине XIX века ориентализму и превратил служебный переход в яркий памятник Востока с золотой арабской вязью и характерной нишей минбаром. Мавританская комната соединяет большой зал и музей шахмат.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Welcome back, everybody. And I have to say, round 4 is heating up. We have very interesting game for Andreikin and Aleksandr, and some others as well, like two Maxims, Matlakov and Chigayev, and you know. So let's jump quickly into the game. Yeah, we are reminded of the pairings as well as a couple of results that already happened. Quick theoretical, perhaps, draw for Fedoseev and Yesipenko. That looks like both knew it, and then Goryachkina decided to force a perpetual check against Nikita Vityugov. All the other games in progress. In the women's tournament, everything is still going on. I'm checking, you know, today all the games developing with pretty much the same pace. So 27 moves is the furthest advanced game. Gunina Garifulina 20 is the least advanced. So. All right, so here we left it after e4, knight g6 was played, queen to h5 seems to be a move in the right direction. Yeah. D takes, bishop e4, rook e6, and knight take h6 was just played by Dmitry Andreikin.
Yeah, he spent 5-7 minutes on this move. I guess you don't play this move unless you make sure it's winning, and this looks like the case, right?
So takes... And
bishop takes, maybe?
Just bishop takes g6. So you allow queen d4, but I mean, technically this and going to h3 is good, or rook f2, right? So I'm just trying to understand how big of. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Captured and
bishop g6.
And bishop g6. Yeah. So this is happening. That's already on the board. So the point is, if you take with the pawn, queen, check, and now you have 3 legal moves, 2 of them losing because of checkmate on f7, as I like to describe, either with the queen or a knight, yeah, and bishop g7 is queen e6,
it's just
queen
losing.
e6 check. Yeah, so after bishop g6, queen d4 is an intermediate check, rook, I guess rook f2? I guess rook f2.
That's the most natural.
Yeah, and then what? You cannot really protect f7 because it's attacked. It's attacked 3 times. If you take on e5, then I mean I can do this. I can check on f7 first if I like. Yeah.
Just exchange.
I mean it's just completely winning. Just completely winning. Maybe more than an exchange. Maybe you just win.
No, I mean, this is
on a spot. Yeah,
results, yeah.
So it'd be, and it's move 21. So indeed, an opening catastrophe for Aleksandr, and it will mess up things in the cross table a lot. So he still got like 15 minutes, but I don't see like a reasonable follow-up, right? I mean, you can take that. Wait, if I take with the bishop here,
bishop f7,
bishop f7, king g7, for instance.
d6.
So you just take. Yeah. Check, you go to g2, right? Check, you go to h3, and that's the moment when I resign. I mean, I don't know, resign, maybe you can play some moves, but there is little doubt that white is winning.
Yeah. Much extra material.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing is, if you kind of need an insurance, maybe this is, but it's not what you do, right? Technically, this should be winning. It's an equal material. No, for some reason, I thought that I'm a piece down and attacking and everything. Yeah. It's an extra material, so
this
maybe
is
you
much
don't need.
Simpler,
that's easier. Yeah, okay. There is one check, and then you go. King g2 is an option, but even like rook f2, this is hanging. F5, f6, everything.
Queen g6 is the next move.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, in fact, it's just mates, right? If you move the rook.
Yeah, if you move the rook, it's queen g6, king f8, and I don't know. Good luck protecting.
Queen g8.
Queen g8 is a little bit, a little improvement on my line with bishop b3. So it is just mate after queen g6. Yeah. But that means the d5 just wins on the spot, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, the best you can do is some queen e7 and...
Queen g4?
It's not...
Oh, no, queen g4
Yeah, no,
queen
queen
the
g4,
bishop, yeah.
No, but you take.
Yeah, take,
you take,
F5,
play rook
yeah.
d1 or f5 or whatever. I mean, whatever you like. So it is winning. It is winning, and just we can perhaps just leave Aleksandr to, get in peace with it. But yeah, seemingly no way back, no way to play.
And he's been playing very, very well lately, not only in this tournament, but in the previous European Team Championship. I think he also scored a lot of points. So I feel like this is his first loss in a very long time, and a very one-sided one. Very painful one.
Very painful one indeed. Yeah, got into bad position as early as move 16. Yeah, already here.
I mean, this position is probably just lost already, right?
Yeah. Okay, so he takes on d4, but you can see yourself from his face. Yeah. It's not that he believes this position this position can be saved. Right, so let's move on. Andreikin is not yet at the board, so maybe it will take a few more minutes to finish this game. Let's move on. Matlakov against Chigayev. Remember this sharp Sicilian. It continues to be sharp. After bishop a8, the g4 was played, and black goes an immediate knight f to d7, still keeping both pieces on the c file, right? So b4 is less desirable here. White goes h4, knight b6, g5, knight c to a4, takes on a4, ba4, and g6. This g6 is pretty standard way of getting the king side open. Just the question is, h takes, right? Otherwise, that's hanging. How do you go from there?
h5, I guess.
h5, g5, h6, g6. That's what they do. Maybe you don't need to play it with white, right? Maybe you don't need to play it with white.
Maybe you don't. Yeah, I mean.
Even though
also knight e6 at some point feels like
that's what I thought. But
good enough.
Here it's like queen c2, b6 will be hanging. Yeah, actually, if you do that, and in this moment, if you attack the g5 pawn, what does black do?
Yeah, like queen g3, for example.
g3, or maybe just... I don't know why, but I want to keep this one safe.
Sense,
like queen d2, knight c4 is about the only move you can think of. It's a little bit sad to take, but I'm taking g5. And once again, that's an obvious target. That's an obvious target. And the bishop on a8 is not doing much. So g6, h6 played, and now we are about to figure out what Matlakov has in mind. And black's moves are pretty forced. Like h5, what else do you do if you don't play g5? You resign,
Taken. Meanwhile...
Yeah, that's
resigned.
The game, Andreikin's game just finished after queen d4 and rook f2, 22 moves, and Andreikin wins, catches up with Aleksandr, and makes sure everyone who gets on +1 is tied for first. So for the time being, it's 3 players because Vityugov already made the draw, and he's.
And it looks like Matlakov is about to join.
Matlakov could be one of those guys, because h5, g5 indeed. That was kind of a rough estimation that queen d2 should lead there, but there could be other moves.
I mean, queen d2 feels like the simplest, but somehow I have a feeling this is not even the most forcing. Rook g1 was from rook g1.
Yeah, I was for some reason worried about the c2, but what do you do to get to c2? You play e5 or something? e5, knight f5 doesn't improve black's position a great deal. Yeah, rook g1, why not? I mean, just get it with the rook, or queen g2. Oh, your queen g3, by the way. Your queen g3.
Basically, just attack a pawn.
Attack the g5 pawn, take it, and win the game.
Yeah. Bishop on a8 is just miserable.
I don't know if something like that can be... No, but why would you do it, right?
Yeah, this is unnecessarily complicated, right? You can just...
yeah, you can't even sacrifice because... I mean, you can, but it's, yeah. Why would you if you have the move to attack
like
the
usually in this position, black also has a knight on a5 or whatever.
Yeah, like you have an extra piece and then white's attacking, yeah. So that's an example of Sicilian that went wrong for black.
Absolutely. And deep preparation by Matlakov, because as we were saying, that position initially looked like it was totally fine, but the deeper you dig into it, then
it turns
the worse it gets for black,
it's
right?
strange, yeah, like black was, apart from this bishop a8, right, which I don't know what has inspired this move, but apart from that, black was doing his standard stuff, right?
Yeah, like look at this position. What could be wrong with black? With black's setup, right?
Black did everything correctly, white played a set of really strange moves, like the bishop is on a2,
Queen e2, Queen e1, this kind of stuff.
And 5 moves later, or how much is that? Yeah, precisely 5 moves later, white plays g6, and you realize black is in huge trouble.
Very, very interesting.
Okay, so Matlakov is still thinking after g5, and yeah, looks like very good chance that white will emerge victorious out of it. Predkev is Rachmanov. Shall we check perhaps the most original game?
Oh,
whoa! How did it?
It's still.
It is still very, very original. Yeah. So knight d2 was the last time we've seen. Castle short, f4 c6, e4 e5, f5 pawn takes, castles long. Kind of not convinced with all that.
Yeah, but what do you do? I mean, the king is in the center. You can't just open up everything, right?
And then f4. Yeah, maybe you're planning to get to h5 pawn once. Like go in d5
It's
and
like
then...
it takes forever, to be honest. And if I take, let's say... takes. I mean, c takes, I was just going to play b5.
b5,
faster.
yeah. If this takes... I mean, you might as well play b5. Yeah, it's very hard to believe that white... I mean, first of all, it's 2 moves. And even when you take the h5 pawn, material's equal, right? I mean, you're not winning a bunch of pieces. It's not like you're attacking great deal.
Yes, that's what I meant, but it takes forever. I mean, not just
to take the pawn,
but actually to create
something. Yeah. But then what? f4 c6. Does it mean that he was too hasty with this e4 thing? Because e4 e5.
Well, if you don't go e4, I think I just played g5, right? There is no f5 anymore.
c6. Let's say you castle anyway. d5, and I was to claim that, okay, I exchange it and everything's blocked and maybe it's equal, but I think the real problem is that you take was...
No, I think c takes is good enough, and I don't think black's play is actually blocked on the green side.
C takes. I mean, I can put it here. It will be hard to get rid of... Yeah, I mean, if white switches to kind of, let's be solid, let's make a draw, probably he still can, yeah.
I still really don't like white's position, but, I mean, obviously he didn't play all of this h4, g4, f4 stuff to
make a draw, agreed.
Yeah.
But now Rachmanov blocks it, and, since you've mentioned b5 is an idea on every single move, in fact.
Yeah, in that sense, it's even easier for black to play, right?
Yeah, so Rachmanov, after defending 2, how do you call it, this A6 lines, Janovsky variations, right after making a draw yesterday, he might be one of the leaders as well. Okay, rook g1 to play g6, okay, that's perhaps
Yeah.
a clever thing.
I mean,
to do.
unlike in Matlakov's games, where Matlakov is clearly like, almost winning, this one, I guess we are optimistic about Black's position, but it's still very unclear, right?
I'm not sure what happens if he takes. Bishop takes, and I guess it's bishop takes. What else? Yeah, and some 95. What do you actually?
I think I just take.
Maybe you just take, and if
He takes queen e2.
I mean, if bishop takes, you'll have something. Queen f3 to h5. Maybe you throw in g6. Yeah. If pawn takes, you just take. Yeah. And you're a pawn down, but it's not clear.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
It's not clear if black has chances, right? Because I'm fine. I think I'm fine with exchanging all the rooks and just trying to block everything.
Yeah, but also I'm not sure why do we need to go for it. Like, what's wrong with queen e2? Let's say instead of
So not exchanging at all. I just queen e2. Yeah, you're absolutely right for some reason. Yeah,
and then I
I've
play g6, and that's
I've panicked.
very
Yeah,
fast.
I mean you can play the same but with knights on the board. Yeah, d5 is just not a clever move. Yeah, so then I agree. Yeah, rook g1, g6. It's still anybody's game, and it's move 20 only, and they are both approaching the time trouble stage. And the game there is third game, Pankratov with Motilev, which reached an interesting position. Rook to e6, rook d1, queen d3. Back to d7, Motilev was really low on time. d6, rook c5, ed3, bishop f6, and it was Motilev himself who decided to take with the pawn in order to keep the d3 pawn alive. Rook e8, e6, queen c3. So now the question is, how do you keep the pawn, if at all? e5, maybe?
Rook e5 makes sense.
Because at least, at first glance, I can't see.
How about knight h6?
Knight h6,
Knight g4.
Here, knight g4.
I think I can take, right?
Take, queen f6, king f8, yeah? Takes. I mean, if queen c5, then okay, the black is a pawn up, so check. Hang on a second.
Queen h6, king e7, queen f6 draw.
This, and it's a draw, yeah? Rook e1, no, rook e1, king's running. Yeah, probably you have to. I mean, queen h8 is the same, queen h6 is the same. Not more than a draw.
Yeah, but I really don't think Pankratov would go for it. I mean, maybe he doesn't really have an alternative, but...
Yeah, but what do you do after rook e5 then? Because the horse is hanging.
Maybe just g4.
G4. Then I take...
Queen f6.
Queen f6, rook f5, yeah. So you'll have to take that guy. d2.
Queen c3.
There is
and even knight e5, yeah. I mean, black can be worse there, I think. I mean,
maybe
queen c3, knight e5.
Yeah.
Knight e5 immediately.
No, but that's one of those where it's hard to say, right? Black is pawn up. If he somehow guards everything, he might be winning. On the other hand, Motilev is short on time, and the knight is on f5, so every single move you can blunder.
He's not looking confident at this point.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, if he loses this game, and let's say Rakhmanov wins his one, how many people will we have in the list?
6. I guess
at least.
we have 3, right? We have 3. It's Andreikin, Vityugov, and Aleksandr remains on +1.
Yeah, we expect Matlakov
and it'll
to
be
join them.
Matlakov 4, Rakhmanov 5, or Pretke, who knows? Yeah,
But Pretke is on -1, so...
yeah, Pretke is on -1, so we quote-unquote need Rachmanov to win if we want like a multiple weight tie. Yeah, and Pankratov, well, technically it's still possible, yeah. Even though I think after something like Rook E5, Motolev is fine.
But he's not playing, and he's down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, we have...
There must be something he doesn't like about it. Less than 3 minutes already.
Yeah.
And how many 14 moves to play, right? It's a lot. I mean, I don't know, 5 years
is a lot,
you
yeah.
will blunder something.
Yeah, over the course of 15 moves with knight on f5, you're certainly going to blunder something. Yeah, that's it. Rook e5.
Knight h6 again, king g7, and can I just...
Wait a second. If you take... Even pawn takes is possible. Yeah, the knight is still hanging. So that is what we are checking. Rook c5. If queen c5 by any chance, knight e5. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but maybe we don't move the knight and play.
Don't move the knight from h6.
Rook g7. Rook d3 possible?
Rook d3 here.
Rook c5, rook g3 maybe. That could be an idea.
c5, rook g3, but I take. No, f6. No, I made sure all the squares protected on the diagonal.
Is there a mate actually after queen f6?
You mean queen f6, king goes.
Yeah.
Whoa. If not for this rook, it will be g4.
Right, so we need to give up.
So we go rook g5. No, rook g5, then you take with the rook, and g4, you have the rook to sacrifice.
Yeah. So maybe rook d3 instead, but then at least rook e1, queen c7, right?
Rook
g7, yeah, might be good enough.
Well, actually, g7, once we are like rook and a knight down.
Yeah, but rook h7.
But g4 and rook h7 are the threats.
You can stop.
I think white's
right?
winning here in this particular case.
Rook d8 is on the board.
So Sasha plays rook d8. For some reason we didn't look at this kind of simple.
I mean, we only looked at rook e5.
Yeah, sorry.
Trying to make it work.
So knight h6 here. Let's presume it's still king. Or maybe you don't need knight h6. Rook d8. Actually, there is this.
But then I may.
Then you
go
rook e5. Yeah. Then you go rook e5, and I go queen f4.
Or
threatening this, right? And you go to h8. And we somehow make a draw. Wait, at the queen g4 you did this, right? Just on time.
I mean, that's a crazy position, and maybe black is okay, but you can't survive this with 2 minutes on the clock. Especially considering that
Madlev hasn't wrong game again.
Hasn't been in the great shape.
Yeah.
So practically speaking, looking very dangerous. Although Pankratov, I mean, he's obviously very, very strong, but sometimes he blunders some simple things in his opponent's time trouble. So this could be a chance for Madlev.
Yeah, we'll see. Right, so what do? We can go back to Maxim versus Maxim. Think we do it for a little bit. Rook g1, queen c5, queen d2. Okay. So that's why I wanted to start with queen d2, so that there won't be queen c5 because I can take. But maybe it doesn't make any difference.
Maybe this is even stronger because knight e6 is the threat now as well.
Knight e6 is the threat, g5 is hanging.
We would tempo actually, yeah. So I'd be very surprised if
Matlakov does not win it.
Survives this for the next 5 moves or so. Knight c4, and now we just take on g5.
Knight c4 we just take, yeah, we had it. He plays knight c4, right?
Yeah.
We take on g5.
And we had the same position, but with rook on h1.
With rook on h1.
And this is clearly better, right?
Yeah, and we were already happy for white. What do you do? Bishop g5, queen g5 resigns. Move the rook. Bishop e7 and something and resigns.
G5.
Yeah, queen g5.
Queen H6.
So f6, kind of.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, I understand it's not a move, but
I think we just play bishop h6 and take on g7. Play. I was gonna say queen h6, but then bishop f8 is a move.
if you do this, he's gonna run, yeah? Because I thought this might be a kind of a tricky way to win, check. But he's running to this side. King h7, queen g2, right? Ah, wait a second. If I start with queen g2, does he actually have a way to run?
King f8?
Ah, king f8, same thing. King f8, king e8. I mean, it's a little bit trickier because I'll have...
I mean, even this position must be winning, I think, but... Yeah.
Ah, king f8, I go h6, right?
Yeah.
You still have those guys. Yeah.
So I
It's
guess
actually-
at this point it's just a matter of taste.
Probably not the most technical way, but it probably does win. It's interesting that Matlakov is thinking right here.
I mean, it's just a professional thing to do, to spend like 30 seconds making sure that
Yeah.
there are no
He said that.
alternatives.
Yeah, if not for bishop g7, then maybe black goes bishop f8, rook c7. It's not a great position, but
Yeah, but
maybe-
we take and play h6, and this may win on the spot.
Ah, this is how you do it. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is how you do it. So takes, check, king to h file, it's queen g2.
Mate.
Over,
Yeah.
f7.
Also queen g.
I mean,
Maybe.
you probably just play. Oh, wait. Also, there is h7.
H7 is good.
h7 to start
h7,
with.
rook h8, and then queen g2.
h7 to start with, and queen g2 and queen g8.
Yeah.
Right, and bishop takes g5, f6 is on the board, so not that many moves left, it seems. So today we'll have, it seems, a few, like kind of a miniature games. 22 moves in Andreikin's here. As you say, it'd be a surprise if he survives till move 30.
Yeah, I think it's this will happen. The line we just showed.
Bishop h6 takes and
takes
h6.
takes. He will play king f7, h7 resigns. This is very
That's a prediction.
yeah,
Right.
likely to happen.
But they still have the time, so...
Wait,
let's,
what's going on in Predke's game?
Predke will not lose, and neither will he win. e4, bishop d4, knight c5. Queen went to c3, and knight a4, and back to c5, and back to a4.
This is a special talent to find a repetition.
To find
such
a repetition in such a sharp
Yeah.
and also kind of rugged positions, that like nothing symmetrical, nothing, I mean, it's do or die, and yet some people are able to find a threefold repetition.
I mean, that being said, yes, he was probably better. I mean, Rachmanov, but it was still very sharp, and we couldn't really find anything clear, right, after G1.
Yeah.
So
he decided to make a draw. Matlakov's going to win. Motilev first has to survive the time trouble, and then we'll talk, right?
Yeah.
Then we'll talk. And now that's clearly, I mean, the difference between men's superfinal, women's superfinal. Here, 4 games finished. Matlakov finishes anytime soon. Pankratov-Motilev is the only game which is still unclear. In the ladies section, not a single result. Let's check. Let's check one by one.
Yeah, that being said, we will have 2-3 results in the open section as well. So it doesn't mean that they're...
Yeah, it's not like they make grandmaster draws.
Yeah,
I'm just making an argument that in women's tournament, longer games and somehow longer, the period of uncertainty
What
is
does
longer.
what does it mean that they play longer games?
They think more. They like
think
thinking. They like, Gunina Garifulina. What is that?
This is rook a1, rook c1, rook a2.
Ah.
Although, yeah, sorry, I forgot that the queen is white, so... Yeah, just a draw, right? Or you wanna...
Yeah, I thought
play for
maybe
win with
somehow to play for a win with black, like go rook a3 question mark. Or check rook c1, rook a3.
No, I guess if you want to play rook a3, better play it right now, so b3 comes with tempo.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm kind of trying to say that it's more or less risk-free for black, right? I won't be surprised if objectively white holds, but it's...
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought this was an easy draw, but maybe it's not, actually.
And that's what Leia did. Rook a3.
And she's also way ahead on the clock, surprisingly. I think queen is generally very fast, so...
Yeah, so if you allow b3, b2, you lose, most likely. Or, I mean, yeah, you can still hope to block... no, well, actually, maybe I'm exaggerating, right? Say...
I mean, it's something similar... I mean, if the pawn gets to b2, it's something similar to yesterday's game, Caron and Raditsky.
And knight b1, yeah?
Yeah, and it's actually almost the same, yeah. Yeah, black won that game, so...
That and something like that. Trying to go there. Or maybe to fifth rank so that, I mean, disturb those pawns. Who knows, yeah.
Yeah, this is unpleasant.
Black certainly is not risking much. And maybe there was a way not to give up for the f7 pawn as well. So Garifulina is pushing as well on the clock. I mean, it's what? It's move 35, so not exactly a terrible time trouble, but still some important decisions to take for Gonina. She's not fully comfortable. Shuvalova with Kashlinskaya. Let's move on. Shuvalova. Okay, that is a surprise. I mean, how do you get from there to where we are now?
You take on e6 with the bishop.
You take on e6 with the bishop in order to,
get the pawn back.
Get the pawn back. Yeah, rook d4 and king f7 and swap everything. Okay, this can last for some time.
Who's playing?
Both.
Right.
Let me remind you of a game Ovot against Pogonina, which was more or less the same scenario.
Yeah, but in that game, the structure was...
Yeah, the unbalance was kind of bigger, right? The unbalance was... There is still some unbalance here, but the white seems to be on time, right? In all the cases. If you run here, I'm getting the king here.
Yeah.
If you go h5, king h5, I'm fine with playing g3. So perhaps, yeah.
I mean, feels like black's king is a bit more active. Maybe the bishop is slightly better in general, but white's structure is slightly better, so they should equalize each other.
I agree. That has to be a draw, objectively. Right, then Galyamova with Pogonina. Remember the Benko gambit we were not sure about. Bishop c3 was played by Galyamova in the position where we really liked this bishop g5 thing. Bishop c3, rook a2 and g4. And this is...
Well, yeah, I mean, at least it justifies that h4 plan, but...
Bishop c3, rook c3, knight f6, takes with the knight, queen g4, then I don't know if black needed to do that. Me personally, I don't see what are the big threats, but black decided to sack an exchange, and this is a current position.
I mean, it looks like a typical King's Indian / Benko exchange.
Exchange
stack.
sacrifice. You have some squares. After queen d4, you have the idea to go f5, maybe, which is once again not guaranteed that you want to do it. If anyone, it's black who is playing. Right?
I mean, I think black is
No
just,
questions asked.
much better here, especially practically speaking. Like maybe the engine says it's equal, but
Yeah, well, actually, what move are you playing? Yeah, now I just thought, what move are you
I think
playing?
it's just terrible for it.
Because, yeah, rook from e3 can't leave the e file because knight f6, and the pawn falls.
I mean, it's not even about this concrete position, but it's about the type of position.
Yeah,
King
the
is weak
setup
forever,
is,
e4 is weak, the pawn, c-pawn is running, so I don't believe in white's chances here.
So Pogonina has the advantage. That will be a conclusion. Yeah? Roughly equal on the clock. By the way, move 28, so there'll be some things happening before the time control, I believe.
Yeah, and meanwhile, there is some development in the Pankratov Motylev game.
Yeah. Okay.
It
So
looks
let's what we do.
It's not going
Pankratov's way or Motylev's way.
way. Yeah.
So what happened? Look, rook d8, rook to c4, king goes, rook g4, knight e5, rook d4, queen e8, and there is something? You're trying to say there is... well, I mean, you can play f4, win the pawn or what?
Yeah, maybe take first and then win the pawn.
Yeah, like takes, go f4. This is bad news.
Yeah, obviously black's structure on the king side is just really bad, so the only advantage black had was this pawn on d3, and if he loses
if it falls, then everything's terrible. Okay, here it's some rook c6 at least. I mean, some maybe
c6,
some tempi. You go queen b4
yeah.
and wait, knight g6. You still can't take this one.
Well, he just played f4 immediately. Let's see.
Yeah, he played f4 immediately without an exchange.
Any difference?
I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I mean, probably I can still do this.
So complicated.
That's complicated for
Yeah, but I think it's still the most interesting game we have as for now, at least in terms of time situation.
Bishop g7, rook g7. Matlakov did not play h6. Instead, he went with my first intention. Takes, queen g2, h6, king e8. Which is still winning, right?
Yeah, 7, queen g8, right?
7 and queen g8. And
it's fine. Black wasn't able to create any single threat in this game.
And the bishop is still on 8, but yeah. What will be the material if we swap? Clear exchange, but it doesn't matter because still no counterplay, no kind of the pieces. Pieces are terrible.
No single threat.
Pieces are terrible.
And Badnaruk, Bivol finished their game.
Badnaruk with Bivol finished in what was a draw apparently. So a check. Yeah. I don't know. I don't quite remember what was going on in this game. I mean, apart from some weird endgame, and for some reason it turns out, you cannot go king d4 because rook e4 and bishop c4, and you lose the rook. Yep. If this, then check. If black doesn't want to try much. Yeah.
She's a pawn down, so yeah. I think we could come back to this later, but still that Pankratov game is...
Pankratov's game is the most entertaining because
Motylev
is on seconds. Yeah, the thing is, like, we switch to Pankratov's game, and we have Pankratov with half an hour, and he's looking for a way to win.
Okay, maybe.
On the other hand, I mean, you leave, he makes a move, Motilov is on seconds, so that's...
So let's see if we have any other time scramble.
Yeah, so that's what? Matlakov wins, and that will be the only game left in the men's section, right?
Men's section.
Gunina, Garifulina, no matter what, they will make it to the time trouble. Shuvalova, Kashlinskaya, it's
also a draw.
Kind of end game draw, I don't know, check, King F4, what else?
C5.
Knight F6, Bishop F3.
Maybe. I mean, she played it so quickly.
She played G4 very quickly, and then what's the... Okay, you take, black takes, maybe G5 pawns H...
maybe just Knight H... No, Knight H5 doesn't make a draw.
H5 I'll take, and then I'll attack the knight. So that's a big question. I mean, do you have a move here? Because Bishop G4 is a threat, right? You know what? You can probably make a draw like this. G5 takes, king takes, knight D7. This should be a draw, because this is... no, wait, unless I'm losing the end. Yeah, I'm probably losing the end, right? Or not? King D4 here. Mr. Firuja would advise us on this one.
I mean, this is
a bit too much.
This is so embarrassing that, I've been playing chess for more than 20 years. You've been playing chess for more than 30 years. And
still, this 2 versus 2, you have no idea. I mean, you have to calculate.
No idea, yeah.
You have to calculate. Now, with all that being said, White was not forced, like here.
At all.
At all. I mean, you can play G3, King E3, maneuver the knight, just make it...
Right. King E3 specifically.
Yeah, actually, you can play King E3 at once. Yeah. Why would you play G4? G4 now King F4 kind of.
I mean, maybe
we missed something, because to me it looks like you're giving Black a free chance to try,
and a very serious one as well. Like, what do you actually do?
Apart from capturing on F6,
Knight D2, E4
nothing.
Probably wins.
No, also kind of pass wins. Bishop D5 and, you know.
Sure.
No, that's the only move. Bishop F3, and then go figure how you make it.
I mean, we must be missing something, because you don't play G4 that quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, when you don't have to do that.
Or you do.
Or you do, yeah.
Anyway, the point stands. It's move 35. Doesn't matter what happens. This will not finish before they reach move 40. King F4 played, by the way. Gira with Guseva.
This will be a long game as well. Right?
Yeah, this will be long game as well. If Guseva will not lose it quickly. Knight B5. Yeah, I mean, move the king E3, knight B5.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure Black is worse here. So
no, Black's probably
she's definitely not losing it quickly.
Black's probably not worse anymore.
Yeah.
Probably not worse anymore. Just play whatever, King G8 and
King G8. Yeah,
it's actually quite sharp strategically, right? I mean, because if Black gets the knight on C3, he's all of a sudden just better.
Right.
So White might have to look for some, some other ways, which I don't know.
I'm not sure if they exist. I mean, Queen F5 is also a threat at some point. Maybe even immediate Queen F5 is.
Like Queen F5, E3, Queen D5, yeah.
C4, yeah.
This, and C4, and Black is like winning. Yeah, Black wins. If White wanted to sacrifice an exchange on D4, she could do it here. Yeah, maybe the whole thing with spinning the knight is not correct. Well, anyway, yeah, that's what we have. I'm a bit surprised that... so no longer surprised. Okay, so Marina has a choice between moving the king away from the pin line, King G8, perhaps. Well, actually F6. Or going Queen F5, which honestly, if this line adds up, this one E3, Queen D5, which it seems it does, Then I like it more because then
I
you'll
mean-
play queen f6.
Right, but maybe bishop c4 is a bit of a problem. Then you...
Queen
Threatening
f6.
to win the pawn.
You
But even here, like d5, bishop has to go back.
And then, how's black ever worse here?
yeah, maybe you're still winning
Maybe
kind of immediately. Who
yeah.
knows? Yeah, because there is also some tactics. When the D file opens, there'll be some knight e2. So it's a very messy position, which might finish, in fact, before the time control, move 31.
Yeah, but in black's favor. So.
And in black's favor, if anything. Yeah, Guliamova Pogonin, move 29, rook b7 played by Guliamova. Trying to go for an active counterplay, but this way disconnecting the rooks. Usually it's not that hard for black to defend e7. Let's see if this
Queen
case is
e5?
an exception. Yeah, queen e5 always, and then knight f4 if needed, knight f6 if needed. This, if it passes the time control mark, that's what I'm trying to say. It can be a very long game then, because you, as white especially, you get extra half an hour. You might spend as well some 20 minutes right after the time control. And there is something else that I keep missing. Ovot, Evgenia Ovot with Daria Voigt, because here still no huge time control, and kind of the character of the position is understandable. Yeah, so it's not like it's.
I'm also thinking maybe we could invite Matlakov when he's done with his game.
Yep, that's.
Meanwhile, huge development in Pankratov's game.
Huge.
We need to go back. Yeah, it is
Huge development. Okay, just a second. Okay, so rook d4, f4, rook c8, queen to a1, and knight f3 check. Played on last seconds. But what's that? If I take, pardon me, queen g8, rook c2 or something?
Maybe rook c2 first.
So you just get rid of your knight and you play a quiet move. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Threatening this.
Okay. Made in
whatever,
3
yeah,
moves,
2-3 something. Can black do anything? That's the question. Sorry, white. Anyway, black already did what he wants.
Alright, so he takes the knight, and now we will see what's the follow-up.
Yeah, GF3
but you don't
is-
give up the knight without,
So
clear
Motorev
follow-up, right?
clearly knows what the follow-up is.
Although with no time, maybe you just play another 3 because it looks like a good chance, and then you like, oops.
But at
What's
least
next?
at least you know what's.
No, rook c2 looks very, very.
Yeah, rook
dangerous.
c2 is serious. Rook c2 is very serious. Could it be that he's just
20
winning?
seconds, 20, maybe
Could it
he's
be
just winning.
rook e2? Okay.
Why is that more precise?
I don't know. I mean,
I guess there's no
honestly,
difference, to be honest.
honestly, if you ask me, I don't like it. How about this?
Still queen g8?
And rook d8. Welcome to reality. I think we are winning. No. Okay. Yeah, I lied about we are winning because you still can take with the queen and give a check. But there's no checkmate anymore, right?
There's no checkmate anymore, that's true.
So I think that's why rook c2 was more precise, because there is this trick rook d8, and if you take with the rook, I actually take everything. Yes, it's queen f6, then take on d8, swap the queens, take on e2. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, once again, probably he already kind of lost the clear vision at that moment, and it's a choice between, I mean, one rook protects the 8th rank, the other one protects the f6 square.
What's more important is it's not easy to figure out.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know. Maybe we are missing some tactic after rook c2. You know, to rook c2, maybe there is a trick as well, even though I don't see it.
Well, and if I stop queen g8 by playing knight h6,
Knight h6. Yes, you do stop it. Yeah, and You're actually right. Yeah, because after rook e2, I also have queen e3 thing.
If the
Maybe
knight moves,
that's
yeah.
the point. Yeah, maybe that's the point.
So Madlakov has
won.
clinched his.
Madlakov has won. h7, king d7. Queen g7 was played. f5, queen, new queen. Finally, this poor bishop moves. ef5
it's
and
still
white's
winning, right?
white's completely winning.
So do we want to see Maxim, or maybe we will?
I don't know. I mean, I was promised that just now. I was told that there will be an attempt to get Maxim in the
Okay,
studio.
okay.
So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah,
Because he looks like he played a very, very clean.
played a very good game.
Yeah, good one.
There is a thing, however, that we have a Russian studio, and maybe the priority goes to the
Could
studio
be,
with
could be.
with the
But
live
then
audience.
we will get
We'll get
Motolev
someone.
if he wins
We'll
his
get
game.
someone.
Yeah.
Motolev, but how can he win after knight g3? That's no wait,
Queen e3,
not
yeah.
knight g3. What was?
That was. your
That's how I tricked you.
idea. Yeah, because
And
I
you
played
did-
Queen G8.
and you
yeah.
didn't give me a check.
Yeah.
So you were kind. You were kind.
So maybe that is actually much more precise because
Because no
can
knight
move.
h6. Yeah, because no knight h6. Well played then. All right, and they'll conclude the round in the open tournament, open man tournament, whatever, with not a single game reaching move 40. And that's a special occasion. It's very rare. I have to tell you, like
Yeah.
someone who
and half of the games being decisive.
yeah. As someone for whom it's like fifth
Knight
super
H4.
final, if I'm not mistaken. Knight h4, which is actually clever because you cover that.
And there's still that rook d8 idea, right?
There is still this rook d8 idea. Did we just get overexcited for no particular reason? Oh no, wait a second. I have a check.
Right.
King goes to whatever it
H1, let's
goes, right? And then if I go queen g3, you show me all the tactical brilliancy of yours, right? Rook
Right, that's the
d8,
idea, yeah.
and then if I go here, it's knight f5. If I take the rook, you collect it. So I don't know who's going to be invited. Will it be Motilev or Open Krata for me?
Queen g8.
Queen g8's on the board.
But, I mean,
yeah.
rook d8 is such an obvious.
Yeah. No, I
but
mean,
actually, rook c2 just wins immediately.
you mean if I go here, rook c2, and that's a threat of checkmate in one, yeah?
Right.
And finally, I thought maybe I'll be clever.
But it would
again.
h takes everything
But
wins.
no, you take with the queen, and that's for a change. That's one of the positions where you can actually go to g7, nothing bad happens. Yeah, there is no way of protecting h2. Right, so Pankratov seems that he has blundered badly.
Yes, and that's what I told you, right? This happens to him from time to time. He wins a lot of games like this, in time scrambles, but sometimes he just plays too quickly and misses some. I mean, I guess this tactic was relatively simple. It wasn't too simple, but
Yeah. Please tell me how we win after King F1. Same rook C2, right?
same rook c2, yeah, mate in 2.
Same rook C2. This rook to D3.
King h1 has been played. Rook c2 just wins.
Yeah, King H1, rook C2 just wins
Motolev is
according to
back in
what
the tournament.
to what we know. Yeah.
Motolev is back. I mean, he's only on -1, and
Yeah, well,
as well as
actually,
Pankratov.
now, if Motolev wins, and he certainly wins after rook C2,
Yeah.
the tournament after after 4 games, it's a difference of 1 point between first and last, and
Right.
still 7 rounds to go. So,
Resigns, yeah.
yeah, impressive.
And also, I must say that Pankratov in good shape is. I mean, I think he's 27 plus player when he's in a good shape. But when he loses a game like this, he can easily get on tilt, easily. So I'm afraid we may see a different Pavel.
So like playing something terribly sharp just for the sake of sharpness, and then if it doesn't work, then
Just gamble. You know.
Yeah, okay. So I was promised Maxim Matlakov will join us in some minutes. I'm not sure when. Right, so we are left with women's tournament to commentate.
Yeah, that is indeed unique, right?
Yeah, everything's finished. In women's tournament, only one result.
Yeah.
Shuvalova-Kashlinskaya reached the end game we were talking about.
Which we were talking
And that's, that's the worst scenario for us, because now knight d7 and king f4, knight e5. I don't know what the result would have been, but at least
you
it
have
would finish.
to go for this.
For black, you mean?
Yeah.
For black, yeah, because e4, king e3,
It's
I think
that draw.
you don't have a single chance, right? You don't have a single chance for black. I mean, why just, put the knights...
And she still had 7 minutes on the clock. Like, how do you make such an important decision that quickly?
Yeah, because you can't lose this, right? Wait, unless... No, there is no unless. I saw some knight c5, some forks, but you play bishop c6, right?
I mean, you can't lose this anyway.
You can't lose this period. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can't lose this period. So, of course, king f4 is what you do.
But I'm curious. So, can we make a couple of moves in that pawn game? Unless we have something really important going on.
Yeah, I mean, we do have quite a few games. So, I mean, let's just check what else going on. Gunina Gariful knights more or less the same position. So now, actually, I think what Gunina did is kind of clever, because she's trying to force the bishop away from the lone diagonal.
Wait, why didn't she take the bishop on the previous move?
b3. That's a good question. That's a good question, because you can take it. You can take it and play, I don't know, rook b2.
If anyone is better, it's
You go to
right?
c1.
Well, okay, king g6.
I mean, you can give a check and rook a2, and you always can make a draw, right? Or not really.
Well,
Check king g2. Yeah.
Oh, but then rook g1, yeah, so you probably still make a draw. But, okay, so if king g6...
which one? After
king c1.
King c1, king
Maybe the
g6.
pawn argument is tricky, but it feels like I just play f3, right, and you don't have any breaks.
That.
And I'm in time to stop here.
I'm just on time, yeah. Just on time, so that's... So this way, black actually keeps the bishop.
Of course. I mean,
And after
Straight
f4,
decision.
you know what I'm going to do? I play bishop b2, rook b1, rook a2. And we'll see. I mean, maybe you'll win the b3 pawn, but that's... that's...
you're not playing for a win in this position.
Yeah, absolutely.
After knight f6, it's a dead
So
draw, right?
that means, like kind of misjudging the position, because absolutely you have to take the bishop, right? You have to take the bishop. Instead she goes rook b1 first.
But then even g6, right? At the very least, or
Maybe
G5,
that's the point. Maybe that's the point, because now it's Gunina, so she likes double attacking.
Okay.
She likes double attacking things. All right. Anyway, they are reaching move 40 as well. Gira with Guseva is move 32, so that's kind of the hardest time trouble out there. After queen b2, f6 was played, and Gira, I like Gira's move, in fact, a4, so either taking away the square from the knight so it never reaches c3, or if you take, queen takes, once again there is no stronghold on c3. So
a4 looks like a great move, but
A4 is
f6
looks
looks
is
like a
ugly,
terrible move.
f6 is ugly. And at the end of the day, your queen f5 seems to be the best in this position.
King g8. I mean, you don't really want to move this pawn, I think, at all.
Maybe still, though. Yeah, I mean, here I can imagine you'll be in a worse position pawn up, like that. Maybe you just go d4 and still no big. Sorry, d5.
Now with the pawn on f6, I think even all these positions are worse because your king is really weak.
Yeah, that's like,
How does this work? I mean, I'm still 1% sure that Marina is aware of all these basic principles, right? That you don't want to move the pawns in front of your king, and this
Yeah, but when you're in time trouble, something changes.
But it
right?
wasn't even time trouble. I think she still had like 20 minutes on the clock. So, like, it's not like I'm, making fun of her or anything. Just trying to understand what makes you break the basic principles.
I don't know. I've noticed myself that I've never been a time trouble guy, but kind of later in my late career, let's say, whenever I would go to the time trouble, I would do exactly what I know is not correct. I'm advising my students not to do, like all the important, like key decisions, like to go to an end game or to keep the position. For some reason, I would postpone it, and then go exactly in the time trouble. So
yeah, I mean, when you have no time left, that's understandable. But here, she had 15 minutes left. Just such a unnatural move to play.
Queen f5, okay, so queen f5 now. Maybe the point is that you won't be able to play e3 at all, because black always controls the f3 square.
Yeah, but we could have done the same thing with the king on g8, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not arguing that f6 looks ugly. Just to mention. Yeah, in women's tournament there are like too many games in progress. That's why it's very hard to navigate between them. Ovot with Void. Haven't checked this for a very long time. Actually, Ovot can play it. Or Void can play it. They can play it. I mean, that's this end game which White probably could have won by then. I mean, if played correctly. Now,
but 43 seconds for Void, so that's our chance to get something
Bishop
exciting here.
I have a question. Could it be that this
Rook f7, or you mean the pawn game is? I'm sorry,
knight f7. No, I thought I'd just go here. No, this way you're on time or not? Go here. I mean, you will have to trade, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. You will have to trade.
Knight d8.
Knight g5. You're not on time. Bishop c8. Yeah, knight d8. I go here, and your king. It does get to d6, right? So you go there. Do I win this by any chance?
Pretty cool.
Or it's like study like nonsense. No, probably I don't. Yeah, probably I don't.
I mean, actually, you bring the king to h5, then you have bishop e6 ideas,
and you still stand like that.
But then
still stand like that. I mean, it's interesting because the other thing you could hope for is like b5 with king on c4, then go to d5.
But you know what we can do? We can play bishop d7, bishop e8, and then bishop g6.
With king on h5. Yeah, if the knight remains on d8, white might actually win.
But how do you get the knight out? All right, I mean, this is
not happening. Yeah, that's probably not happening. She did play bishop c4, king f8. So that's what black's doing. Bishop here, king e7. And then you have to understand that this is the move. I mean, white's still kind of...
Yeah, but here I may even take on e4 and play knight g5, right?
Yeah, you're right. Takes this and you just put the knight on g5. Just put the knight on g5 and you're fine.
Bishop e6, king e7, but what's your next move then? Rook e1 or...
Yeah, like if you play a few more moves like that, it'd be black who all of a sudden will get optimistic. Right? After rook e1, your bishop on e6 doesn't make all that much sense, so I might start doing these things.
Exactly.
And then h5, and who knows? You probably never like really risk much. Even if you drop the e4 pawn, this will be quite weak. Yeah, but it doesn't look like white's playing for a win.
No, I mean, if you drop the e4, then f5 is weak as well, so no. I don't think you want to allow that as white.
All right, so that...
and rook e1.
Rook e1 played, yeah. So that's what I thought. I mean, you can go rook h8. What white does Maybe white does this, h5, rook h1, yeah?
H4?
5, rook h1, h4, rook h3, and
Why would
again
this be
some...
any worse for black?
That's a good question.
what's your
Yeah. I mean, I
progress?
get the pawn on c5, you go knight b5, knight d4, yeah.
I mean, in a blitz game, I would definitely take black because knight
Because knight.
can jump.
Knight can jump, yeah. Now, we all know by then, knight can jump. All right. Anyway, it looks like this is passing the time control, as well as pretty much every single game here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm so amazed. I mean, first of all, black didn't try the best chance, and second, that this game is still on. Who's
No,
playing?
you don't offer a draw in this position. Right?
That's like move 41. Yeah, maybe Kashlinskaya will just look at it and offer a draw now. Yeah.
I still don't think so. I mean, she'll play b6 or whatever, bishop somewhere. I mean, you're pawn up, so why not to try? Actually, I'm not sure that b4 is such a great move.
B4 is weird. B4 is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, get the knight here. Provoke all the moves like knight c5, b6. Yeah, you only play b4 if you have like a clear-cut plan of
I don't think so. I mean, considering that she just played the g4 move, maybe she just.
That's like b4. Yeah, you are asking right for some king c4 stuff. So you actually
I'm
want
not
to.
100% sure that this is that easy now. I mean, I guess still a draw, but
Yeah, like you go b6.
a weird game from Shivalova. Okay, king e6.
That's the problem. I mean, if you'd play some bad move, maybe I would probably be able to take. Yeah, king e6. Yeah, maybe you just move the knight.
G5?
King d5. Yeah, this one I'm losing.
Yeah.
No. A4 was.
I mean, what do you do after b6? Actually, king knight b8 maybe.
Maybe knight b8. And I want to attack. Yeah, because I have a feeling that she has calculated something.
And Pogorina finished her game in a draw.
Pogorina made the draw. Yeah, Pogorina made the draw, not reaching the time control. So knight. Wait. What was that? Knight f6, queen g5. Who knows? Yeah, e7, knight f4, and some draw agreement.
Some weird repetition.
Yeah, after rook b7, for some reason, black didn't play queen e5, which we thought was a decent move to
Queen
play.
G5
Maybe queen
maybe.
g7, queen g5, yeah. Queen g5 is like if you swap the queens in this particular fashion, yeah, maybe.
Maybe I overestimated black's position a little bit, but then rook b2 also was unnecessary, right? Sacrificing that
Yeah.
exchange.
So that's a second draw. What void, as we said, can last forever. Gunin Agarifulin, Fischer bishop. c1, bishop e5, rook b1 takes on h2, g3, like in famous Spassky Fischer game. Okay, 2, king e1. This king is actually
But
going after the
bishop
bishop.
g1, right? Then f5.
Bishop g1.
King f1, f5.
Yeah, king f1, f5. Yeah, regrettably it's a draw. Knight, wait a sec.
Rook c2.
Rook c2. Or bishop f2, in fact, is also a draw.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not really playing this position, right? G6.
Yeah, you know. I'm kind of honestly a tempo away from playing this position. Like if the king is here and I go, yeah, I mean, of course, rook b4, but imagine like I do this, and some stupid move, and I go g4.
And then go g5.
And you go g5, and then
I mean, your king isn't really
the
getting
king
anywhere.
is not great. Yeah, I agree. The king is not great. Okay. Okay, and Leia just found it, bishop g1, and it also happens to be move 40 or 41, something, but at least, I mean, both players got increment of 30 minutes. So I guess it's...
Maybe g4 is an attempt.
But then the bishop is free, right?
All right, yeah.
The bishop is... wait a sec. Yeah, the bishop is free, you take on b3, but that's only in equal materials.
No, but then g4 b2, I think, is a move, right?
Yeah, you can kind of try, yeah. b2, you do this.
Or a1.
a1, knight d2.
Takes bishop.
The bishop is running away. Yeah, sorry, the bishop is running away.
And even g5, I'm not.
So after b2, I have to do something else.
No,
wait
G4.
a second. Do I have something else? I don't have to play g4. G4 is silly. I have to go king f1 and force a draw. Okay.
Yeah.
Just have to go king g1 and force it, king f1 and force a draw. So that's draw. Shuvalova Kashlinskaya draw if b6, knight b8. Yeah. Okay. Gira Guseva still didn't reach the time control. Gira decided to sacrifice an exchange. Okay. E4, queen c5, queen d3, a5.
This is a 3-result game, I think. And the bishop is very, very strong.
Bishop c4, right?
Not sure why. Queen c2 is a threat.
Queen c2 is a threat. It's not clear. I mean, yes, bishop is good, but how do you manage the other stuff? You go queen f3, king g2, move the h pawn, maybe?
Yeah. Imagine how much better it would be for black to have the pawn on
To
f7.
have the pawn on f7 and queen kind of on f6, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, now black's king is literally weak forever. Like, you can't fix that anyhow, so...
All right, so that's one thing to monitor, but now I guess they're kind of reaching the time control. Same can be said for Ovod and Daria Voigt. So I guess we'll take a couple of minutes technical break to set everything up, and we'll be joined by Maxim Matlakov.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
And we are welcome Maxim Matlakov, who just beat Maxim Chigaev in what looks like a very clean game, right, Maxim?
Yeah, probably.
So
Yeah, we will see.
we will see, yeah. But at first it looks like it was a very clean game, and Bishop c4 and then that Bishop e3 line is something what Chigaev played himself, right? As far as I remember, as white. Is that the case?
Really, I didn't see Maxim game in this line. What I know, Kramnik played this line online, and also Aranyan played, but rather another line. But we will see, yes, after the next move. Bishop e7, okay, it
Very natural, right?
Yes, it can be transposed after b5 immediately, bishop b3, bishop e7. So here bishop b3, b5, e3, bishop b7, or castle, bishop b7, f3. Some kind of tabia, this position.
Right.
Also knight c6 was a good move Giri played against Kramnik. But the difference is after knight c6, long castle, knight a5. And
So knight goes to a5, and maybe this way black is actually a bit faster on the queen side, right?
yeah, yeah.
So-
And it's a good position for black, but in some line, the position become very force. I mean, after no,
Not this one.
not bishop a2, knight a5, king b1. Because bishop e2 is kind
king
of
b1, okay.
lose the tempo.
Right.
Rook c8, g4, and here black has a lot of options, but of course the most natural rook c3,
Yeah.
bishop c3,
And d5.
d5. It's quite natural, but I remember that it's lost move after g5, knight d7, e d5, and after knight b3, nice trick, knight c6.
Ooh. So all this you knew before the game, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you prepped it.
Yeah.
So
I played some training games online in this line, and this kind of it was one of the game after 96. Black is in trouble.
basically resigns. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you play in this online. So it was your official nickname, or it was,
no, it was-
training match?
Anonymous.
Anonymous. All
games.
right, makes sense.
Today very dangerous to play it. Entitled Tuesday.
Yeah,
Some kind of
because,
fight.
yeah, that's what. Because I saw that Maxim. It looks like he didn't really expect this line, right? Because he spent a lot of time.
Yeah, but he told me that he analyzed this line and he kind of
Misunderstood, misevaluated, right?
перепутал.
I mean, you could say it in Russian.
Перепутал.
Mixed up.
Mixed up, yes.
He mixed up the lines, right?
Yeah. So he played like Grishuk.
Yeah, knight d7. I mean, all of this looks very, very natural.
Yes, yeah.
But surprisingly, black's position is probably just not good at all, right?
After Queen E1, yeah.
Yeah, Queen E1 is a very cool move.
I know that the evaluation become favorable for white after Queen E1. So it's quite important move and very
Because we don't want to allow rook c3, right?
rook c3. So after knight c5, as I remember, instead rook c8, it was knight c5 move. It was the right move, but it's kind of computer idea. After bishop a2, black has only move queen b6.
And what's the point?
Before.
Oh, you just want to play b4?
Yeah, before.
Okay. And if b4 for
Yeah,
white?
and queen c7.
Okay. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is not
black is okay,
something.
yeah.
This is not something you play if you don't know this, right?
But if he played knight c5, I had kind of a dilemma to play bishop a2,
Right.
to provoke queen b6,
Yes.
or to play g4, the first line, what I analyzed. I don't know what I would choose.
But I think this depends on how fast he plays knight c5, right?
But after knight c5, bishop e2, of course, good move, but only queen b6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, queen e1.
Okay, so queen e1, knight c5, bishop goes
e2.
back, queen c7.
Yeah, maybe king b1, rather soft move. Maybe g4 was a bit more aggressive.
Right, but king b1 is always useful.
Yeah,
right?
but here I thought he played bishop a8.
Which we didn't like.
Yeah, but I thought it's kind of logical move. But after g4,
Right.
he didn't play rook b8. So
Yeah, and then we thought g5.
yeah, knight h5 probably.
Knight h5, and then maybe even knight e2.
Yeah. When I found this move, I was rather happy.
Right.
Because knight g3 is threat. But here, after a5, knight g3, g6.
All right, hold on. So in this position, right?
We have kind of race. g6, knight
Yeah.
h5, gh5, and
Yeah.
I don't know what to play. Maybe rook g1.
Yeah, how about some
B4?
queen h4 stuff?
B4?
Just b4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to play a4 after b4. And there, I don't know what's...
So you
What's
don't
going
want
on?
to open
Yes.
up the file.
Yeah.
But a4 he takes, and then some knight c3
Yeah,
stuff.
probably.
Yeah. This is sharp,
don't know.
yeah. Although knight e6 maybe?
Maybe.
And then
Take
bishop comes to d4.
and can d4, but
Yeah.
knight e6, knight c3 maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this is
It's impossible to...
the cool,
to calculate.
this is the cool Sicilian battle.
Yes.
All right,
It
so
was principle, yes, to play rook b8, but after g4, knight fd7, he gave me extra tempo. And in this kind of position, every tempo is essential.
yeah, exactly.
So after h4, maybe knight b6, the last mistake. Probably...
The decisive one, right?
Yeah.
So what should he play instead?
He could get a position like in the game, but with a knight on e5 instead knight b6, because in a lot of variation, knight b6 is hanging.
Oh, all right.
And after knight e5, g5, knight a4, take. We have the same position in the game, but with knight on e5. And here,
Maybe even some knight f3.
yeah,
I
maybe
guess,
knight
yeah.
f3 and bishop e4 and d4, some kind of compensation. And also g6, black prevents g6 move
Because knight takes,
g6, yes,
right.
h5, knight e5. So one of the line, I don't know, to play g5, knight a4, take,
Yeah.
h5, knight c4, bishop c1. And here black has some kind of threats, compensation. Yeah, maybe rook b8. So
And at least you're
rook
not that
g3.
fast, right?
Yeah, I think strategically black position is very bad, but
Maybe even
maybe
d5
some tactic,
now,
yeah,
I don't know.
d5. Maybe here bishop c4 with idea queen c4 e5,
And if d takes just rook c3?
something like this. Yes.
Yeah, well... But this is, I mean, awkward for white, right? This rook on c3. But I mean, on the other hand, this bishop is really bad as well, right? So
in some position, I can sacrifice my rook for bishop e7, for bishop on e7.
Right,
yes,
right.
The position would be
very solid, right?
Yeah.
Queen c3, h6, g6, yeah.
to kill any counterplay. So yeah, Maxim played knight b6, g5, knight a4.
Yeah, knight b6, g5, knight a4.
Take.
And this is just lost, right?
Yeah,
g6 just
probably.
wins. I think the computer was showing something like knight e6 as well, but...
I understand that probably it's the best move, but I didn't want to calculate some variation,
Right.
because I thought after G6 I had a comfortable win.
Yeah, I mean G6 is simple.
Yeah.
You don't even need to calculate anything, right? So
Because after knight 6, take, king h8,
Mhm.
probably I have to play some move like h5,
Mhm.
but here knight c4, bishop d4, knight e5, and black stable the knight on e5, and not easy to
breakthrough, right?
to break through, because h6, g6.
No, I mean you're giving up the piece absolutely
Yeah.
unnecessary, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
I played g6.
G6, yeah, and this is very, very natural. You probably played in a blitz game, right?
Yeah.
So
Very easy
yeah,
to play, and all the move are very
natural, right?
natural. Yes,
Mhm.
rook g1.
Queen G2, yeah, that's what we were calculating as well, and yeah, this is
Yeah.
now just completely winning. Although I was suggesting the move H6 here, which I think wins as well, but
Yeah, but
now I see there
saw
is some rook
move like
G5.
rook g5
Yeah.
or take, and then
Mhm.
king f7 probably.
But King F7, Queen
Yeah,
G2,
king g2.
or H7, I think was our move here.
h7, rook h8, queen g2. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah, maybe. But after queen g2, I thought
It's
rather
simple.
simple
Yeah,
win,
it's just promote. Yeah, and still this stupid bishop
Yeah,
on it
yeah,
is
yeah.
is the key problem.
If black has a bishop on b7, yeah, I couldn't play
This line.
here, yeah, because e5, e5, and after h8,
Right. The bishop wouldn't
with
be
bishop
attacked.
on b7,
Right.
yes, black can take and take on d4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important moment, yes, that bishop on a8 hanging.
Because I mean, actually, so if he plays, if we go back to this moment, if he plays bishop a8,
Yes.
he wants to go rook b8 or queen b8, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't play this, then
Yeah.
the entire day doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
Just a waste of
Yeah,
time.
he lost important tempo, yes, and
Mhm.
after g4, I think Maxim had to play some move like rook b8 or queen b8.
Right.
Probably it's bad, but at least it
He gets some play, right?
some counterplay, and
Yeah, but this position is surprisingly just not good for black at all, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you play like moves like queen e2, queen e1, put the
Yeah.
bishop on e2, and somehow, I mean,
3 or 4 moves
Right.
I stay on. On
you just prepare all this stuff, right, without even playing g4, and looks like, you know, this position, for example, he makes all the useful moves,
Yeah.
he doesn't do anything wrong, and then
Yeah.
suddenly he's in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, how does this work? I was really
yeah, it's modern
surprised.
Sicilian. Yes.
Yeah. So this line is
also-
actually very serious, right?
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
No, at least I found equality for white.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
is
so-
already good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but after rook c8, queen e1, maybe black position is very dangerous. I analyzed knight e5, g4, knight c4. Of course, it's the most natural, but Maxim understood it and he played knight c5 in order to reach some unbalanced and unfamiliar position for me.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So he was trying to avoid your preparation. Yeah. All right. So you joining the leaders since Aleksandr lost his game and Vitugov drew his game. So we have 4
How many
leaders, I
leaders?
think.
4?
So it's Aleksandr, Vitugov, you, and Andreikin as well, who beat Aleksandr. So it's 4 leaders, and it could have been 5 or even 6, but yeah. But Pankratov lost his game, so
Like the Superfinal when Andreikin won.
yeah,
10
yeah,
years ago.
yeah, 10 years
It was-
ago. So maybe, I mean, you want to make sure you don't go into tie breaks with him. So, well, anyways.
No, we will see. It's only the start of the tournament, and
But we can already make some conclusions. I think that
but of course every win is important. In
very
this-
important, right? Right.
such
So who are you
tournament.
playing tomorrow?
Motylev.
As black, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this will be a very important game, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Every game is important.
Every game is important, right? So, anyways, thanks a lot for joining us, and
Thank you.
good luck in the rest of the tournaments. Hopefully, we'll see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
To round 4, which is still in progress, and now we are talking about women's tournaments. Round 4 for men has concluded in less than 4 hours, or all the game finished before the time control. We have 3 results, as you may know already. Maxim Matlakov, who just left the studio, won against Maxim Chigayev. Dmitry Andreikin beat the leader in very quick game, only 22 moves were needed, and then Pavel Pankratov lost his much better at some point, position against Aleksandr Motolev. So round 4 for men concluded. Round 4 for women, only 2 results so far. A draw for Galyamova and Pagonina in somewhat unbalanced game. You know, it's hard to say if white ever had an advantage. It's clear that black at some point had an advantage in this game. And then a draw for Bodnaruk and Bivol. You know, the game which we practically didn't touch with Aleksandr Shimanov, and I'm still not sure what was happening there. Other 4 games are in progress. By the way, I thought Alex, who did all the heavy lifting, you know, interview with Maxim Matlakov, deserves some rest, so you will have to bear with me alone, but Alex is coming back in some 10-15 minutes. So what do we have? We have 4 games left, and on our screen it's Gunina with Garifulina. Remember, right around the time control, there was this funny case where the bishop on g1 was getting trapped. that's what happened. And yeah, king g6, king g2, and that's what we kept discussing with Alex, and I think I've mentioned that white is not that far away from starting to play for a win. And that's what Gunina is doing. I mean, I don't know how serious is she in playing this position for a win, but apparently that's what she does. Rook e6, king f5. I mean, I don't know what's that. h5, rook e8, king f6. It's just a draw. Let's be fair. It's just a draw. Black will sit and wait. I don't think black ever plays for a win. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why this game is still going. Rook ending, 3 pawns each, after all. There is one game that is still unclear, I must say. And it's not the game between Shuvalova and Kashlinskaya. This looks like a dead draw to me. Does it? Let's see. b4, b5 played by Kashlinska. A bit of a surprise. Knight b8, bishop h5. Tricky moves. A point being, in case of knight c6, black is just on time with bishop e8. You can't take the pawn because bishop d7, the knight is getting trapped. And eventually, I mean, maybe I should demonstrate how black wins. So it's this. I mean, let's say you are not falling for the opposition trick, but you are getting stalemated. King e3, and then what to do? a4, black just captures and promotes. Wait a second. Maybe this doesn't lose. So takes, and then you go knight b5. That's clever. No, and black just wins with king. Black should be winning. Yeah, black should be winning. Anyway. There was no reason for white to go for that, right? So after knight b8, bishop h5, white just went knight a6, intending to play knight c7 nevertheless. In case of king e5, for instance, knight c7 wins the pawn, it seems, right? And if black plays bishop e8, then I wonder how white is planning to make a... and then you go here, bishop c6. There is still this motive of getting the king towards the queenside pawns. So I'm still not sure if this is like absolutely safe for white. Still not sure if it's absolutely safe for white. White just played the move. Oh no, it's knight a6. Still Kashlinska to move. And I'm surprised that she's thinking, because bishop e8 seems to be the only move that keeps those pawns alive. By saying those pawns, I mean all the pawns. Okay, but that's still, let's assume that somehow this one is a draw. There is one which is completely unclear, which is Gunina Guseва, Gira Guseva, which didn't change all that much since since time control, because only 2 moves played, and this is where we are not sure how good black's chances are. Agreed on them being much better with the pawn on f7, and let's not forget what with Daria Vojta still playing. By the way, Sasha is back. That's nice to have him back. Same thing again, Alex. Open or men. Everything's finished. Here 2 unclear positions and 2 very, let's say, plays with fighting spirit. May I call it this? For instance, I told you this is far from being a draw.
Well,
I told you that's far from being a draw.
Somehow I feel like it's still a draw, but...
It is a draw, of course. It is a draw, but it'll take us some time. Let's say, if we consider first round, Gunina playing Gira, 80.
But Gira was playing.
Gira was playing, but before that, Gunina was playing, so this time it's maybe a little revenge. We'll see. I mean, I don't expect anything. And Leia, anyway, is not the kind of player. It seems that she will invent something. She'll be moving rook here and there. I mean,
No, but who's playing for win?
I believe it's white. No,
Okay.
no. I mean, black will just move. Here, honestly, nobody's playing for a win. Nobody's playing for.
I mean, someone is playing if they're still playing, right?
You know what? Somewhere like here, I thought G4. You still have this King F6 thing.
Mm-hmm.
I thought if you're playing for a win, I understand you won't win this
Right.
against a kind of a good player, right? But at least you should do that. I mean, if you can get that and then win the pawn. Remember, there was, I think we've discussed, there was Carlsen beating Ponomarev of 3 versus 3. Actually,
4 versus 4.
it started 4 versus 4, and then it happened to be something. I mean, technically, let's say this happens, it's very similar.
It's
What
a bit
they had.
annoying.
Yeah. I mean, it's very similar to Carlsen's game when he beat Ponomarev. I don't know how many years ago it was, and I think it was rapid. And it's not pleasant because pawns are weak, and you lose one of them, and even if it's still a draw, it's already really tricky.
You lose the game then.
Yeah, it's already really tricky. But here, zero ideas for white. You just shuffle the rook, c4, a4, and that's it. So that is dead. Shuvalova, Kashlinskaya, honestly, I don't know what's happening. B4, remember, we are not sure if B4 was the right move. B5 was the answer. Knight B8, bishop H5. So that if you go knight C6, the bishop is getting trapped. That's why knight A6, bishop E8.
But how does white stop the most natural king E5, king D5, king C4 plan?
The answer is I don't know.
Well, doesn't it mean that it's lost then?
So knight C5, bishop C6, right? I can't even get to like C3 or something.
You can get to D2, but then there's some 6-1 probably.
Okay, so I do this, but how do I move, right? How do I move?
Knight B1?
Maybe.
Or knight F1?
Maybe that's not that trivial, this kind of... no, wait. But maybe you go knight king D5, but then I'll save it somehow. Then I'll save it somehow, yeah. This, and I don't know, this. Again, same thing all the time, but then you play A6.
Yeah, this is not the way to get it done.
Then you play A6, and then I'm no longer... No, but there certainly was some way. There certainly was some way. But anyway, that means this game's gonna go for...
It's much trickier than we
quite a
initially
bit.
thought,
Yeah, and it's all because of, I mean, knight e4 and especially g4, right? And even, like you played knight e4, bishop here. Do you really plan to win with g4? Let's say king f4 for some reason is bad. Like, goes back to e6.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that she played it so quickly. Like, I don't know what she had in mind to do.
Here, I mean, it's still not too late. You can move away.
Anywhere, yeah.
Strange. Then, this moment, right, when we... I'm still not sure if king f4 wasn't winning, but that's okay. Okay, e4, king e3. Hang on a second. Could it be that... I don't know, if the king gets here, I'm actually not happy, right? So king e3 is kind of a must. King f5. b4 still I don't like at all. Still don't like b4 at all. Because you know what? Because this is an actual fortress. Go here, go here, go here. And with the pawn on b2, let's say you put me in a Zugzwang. I don't care about f3. Yeah, I always have a square for the knight. And king c4, I have a check.
Right.
and I move, right? If you get to a4, I have knight d2, now I have these squares. So it was probably just a draw with the pawn on b2, plain and simple, yeah. Plain and simple.
Before just so unnecessary, like there's no reason for that move to be played.
Yeah, and then I keep it on d2, so I keep the e4 pawn in check. If you somehow try to sneak in from g4, I'll take the pawn. Yeah, so that was just a straight up draw.
Right.
After b4, it's a little bit harder. It's probably a draw still, but
how exactly?
So what did we say? Knight c5. Still get it on d2. Still get it on d2.
Yeah. Now let's say.
I mean, you can try to get some more favorable version, right? So
I want to get my king on d5 and the bishop on
bishop
g6,
from the other side, yeah? Can you do this, right? So you wait, you go here.
Then knight c3.
The thing is, yeah, you go to f7, I go knight c3. Or e8, I go knight c3. And you'll actually spend time...
No, but all right, if I play a6, protecting the pawn...
yeah, indeed, you can
maybe not here,
knight
but
d2, okay. I mean, just let's do it here. Let's do it here. Let's assume that you've managed this, right? Let's assume that you've managed this. I go to b3, go here, and I go to c5, and you play a5.
I mean, this is lost, I think, for sure.
And this
if I get the pawn to a4?
Yeah, that's quite likely. It's quite likely a lost position. So let's assume, once again, I cannot go to c5. I go back, and then you wait. And if you go in, I think it's finished, yeah. I think it's finished.
All right, so white can't really allow this, right? So we go...
Yeah, knight c5 played, bishop c6 is automatic. It's a tricky endgame. All of a sudden.
Much trickier than
all of a sudden, it's a very tricky endgame. And actually, white kind of, I don't know, like misplayed his knight to such an extent. Like, because there is another setup with, even with the king on d2, knight on e3, you probably go through d4, right? With king on d4, knight on e3, it's probably a draw, I mean.
I still have some king f3, king e2
then you go from that side. Right. Yeah, it's not easy at all. Once again, with pawn on b2 would be a draw, right? Then
no, but how do we actually get it as black? So knight b3 again?
Knight b3, king e5.
Yeah. Knight d2.
Knight d2, and we said a6.
a6.
Need to move the knight, right?
Yes.
King d5. No, king d5, knight d2 back. And if I play bishop e8, then knight c... so it's... you mean maybe we are not getting this position? It's so confusing. Actually, you can keep it here. You can keep it here. But then you go bishop e8.
Bishop, yeah. And then I actually get what I want, because king d5, knight d2, bishop g6. And that is probably lost.
Confused again. Okay, let them figure it out. I still bet on a draw here, kind of mathematical draw, but wait a second. No, this is not possible. Yeah? King f4. I mean, there is still this a4 takes knight e4 running the center motif. I just I don't know if it ever. If it's ever applicable here. No, probably not. Yeah, okay. So it's a tricky position. All right. Then a dead draw for Gunina Garifuna, which for some reason is played on Giria Guseva. We are waiting for them to get into time trouble. They are refusing to move before that. And Ovod against Voigt, somehow this endgame. Garifuna just finished, in fact, yeah. Garifuna just finished. Fair enough, yeah. Tried a little, agreed a draw. Fair result.
Fair.
No decisive games yet. If Kashlinskaya wins, no, she's not catching up with the leaders, right? So Gunina kind of defended her lead, unless Ovod wins again. It's all about Evgenij Ovod.
Who is pushing, right?
Who's pushing there? That's a big question. Yeah. All right. So we reached. Remember, there was kind of a key moment. Here, right? King to F8, Bishop E6, something. Rook H3. Slightly reminds me of the candidates tournament. It was Dingley ran with Grishuk, I think. The second half of the candidates tournament, and there was two rooks each, but it certainly was like a knight and some weaknesses and the pawn on h6 for sure against the light square bishop, and it tended to be a torture. Grishuk made the draw at the end, but it tended to be a torture. Then b5, okay, we go here and there and here and back. Rook h2, rook h1, c4. The question is really, what are we trying to achieve? Go no, we can't go c5.
Well, what is Black's move now?
What's Black's move now? Rook h7.
Rook
Then
D1.
we go rook d1 first, and we go c5, and Black can't do much.
And this is winning, yeah.
This already looks winning, yeah. Agreed. So c4, you're trying to say it's sort of a Zugzwang. Knight e8, rook d1. Whoa.
Knight f7.
Knight f7, same rook d1. But
then we get
we are talking the same endgame as we've already. Yeah.
No, but the pawn is still on c4 in that case, and that could be critical, right?
So we are trying to say that knight c...
And it's actually winning, I think, because rook d1, say rook d8, looks like the only move, right?
d1, rook d8, we take king... knight takes,
bishop c8, then I bring the king to h5, I play b5, and I take on b7. And this is
right. It is that simple. So now, let's show... wait, king d6, isn't it?
Are you in time?
Isn't it?
Maybe Black is winning, right?
No, Black's not. I don't think Black does. Wait, that. You have to take this takes this. You're in time to protect h6. Yeah, then maybe Black does win. I'm confused, sorry. So, that means knight f7 is the only move. Okay. Question. If I all of a sudden take, or there is no way to make progress, takes there, take the only open file, king e7, and yes, e5, even rook d8, you're on time.
Even rook h7, right? Or you want to bring the king to h5?
I don't know, I thought like king on h5, rook on d7, but that's too much, I agree. No, that's rook endgame is never winning. Rook endgame is never winning. Right, so that... wait. Wait, what? So if not rook d1, what else can I do? And then you'll go knight g5, right? I mean, if I pass. You'll just go knight g5. Yeah. If I go c5, you'll go knight g5, kick my bishop away, and it will never.
King e8.
Keep the rook here. It is a fortress. Then it makes it interestingly. I thought white can kind of try forever, but after c4, it makes it very forcing. So you don't play knight f7, you win, you lose, and if you play knight f7, white can no longer torture you. It seems, right? So it's a transposition or simplification, one of the drawish endgames. But of course, one has to understand that, yeah. So that kind of works, yeah. And the idea that you've mentioned, so that if black is not hasty enough, if he simply thinks it's a draw, right? I don't know if you need the king on h4, and then you win like this: b5, takes, bishop takes b7, known motif, and you go here, and this pawn cannot be stopped.
Right, so critical moment, right?
Yep.
If she plays knight f7, most likely it's a draw. If she doesn't, I mean, she loses immediately, right?
Yeah, well, actually, she probably will play knight f7 just because it's not clear what do you do otherwise. Yeah. What do you do otherwise? Yeah, not much you can do. Wait a second, knight f7. What if I try to open up more files here? Could it be some chance? Question mark. Like for instance, yeah, takes. If you take here, then I take b7 and I play rook b1. Again, I want to try some rook endgame.
Rook d8.
Rook d8 I take. Rook d7, yeah. And the king is cut off. That, and you just wait. Yeah, not much to do. So 3 games running. Kashlinskaya, Shuvalova. King went to what's that? Oh,
but king f4, knight e6, right?
Something that we did not consider at all. Right, king f4, knight e6.
Alright, king f3, knight g5, king e2.
Knight takes, apparently.
Takes, king d2, king d4, king c2, king c5. Yeah, black is in there. I mean, draw. Yeah.
King d4. Is there a way back for black?
Bishop a8 is the only other.
Bishop a8.
But then even a4, I think, is enough, right?
Ah, yeah. Then you go a4. There is no a6.
And you just need to give up that knight. Oh, but now you can play knight e4. Right?
Now you can play knight e4, right? This. And yeah, nothing can stop this king from getting to a1.
Right.
And this one pawn is not enough, right?
For what?
I mean, there are some positions where like there is stalemate, and you by moving the b pawn, it has to be on b. No, the pawn on b2. There is some strange position where you cannot go to it with. I mean, if you have the pawns, but it's not one of them. Yeah, okay. I mean that's just a draw. That's just a draw. So let's see. I mean, I believe that's not the only way to make a draw. So. Like if bishop a8, I mean, you can do this, probably can take as well, because you should still be able to get this pawn for a knight. And
yeah, but if knight e4 works, then you don't really look for anything.
Yeah.
Else, right?
So that's likely a draw, as I said. Bishop f7. Okay, they've just exchanged on f7. Went b5. Ah, you know what? Maybe that's a little bit more clever. No, nothing. Nothing. I thought rook c1, but then you have rook e8.
But she just played b5, right? Or
yeah, she exchanged on f7 first and then played b5. Exchanged on f7 first and then played b5.
Alright, so takes. Rook b1, rook d8,
rook d8
rook
as you
d5, rook d7, and I bring the king to h5.
So
that anything?
That rook d7, and I go king f3, right? And you wait. I do this.
I don't think you can get active because b7 falls to a check, right?
I mean, you probably can do this.
King h. I mean, there's rook b6 as well. So.
Ah, yeah, there is rook b6. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm a,
No, I think you can actually wait as black and just play rook c7, rook d7, and I don't really see a progress there.
So not trying any h5 nonsense. Yeah, just go there, you wait, right? Yeah, like g5, hg5, well, what do you achieve? You cannot really force this rook away from the 7th rank. Yeah, okay, it's just a fortress here. You shuffle the rook on the 7th rank. f7, d7, e7. So that's a draw as well. And Shuvalov-Kashlinsky is a draw. By the way, bishop 8 played, so a4, knight e4 is kind of a draw by force if she likes it. But one game is still there.
Actually, can we come back for a second?
For that one.
So yeah, a4. Say I play king f4. I think I found the only winning position, the one you were talking about, maybe. So if we take on a4 now, b takes, a takes b5, and then you run.
Yeah, you just try to force the king there.
Yeah, and then I stalemate you, and you have to play b6, right?
Yeah, b6, a b6, and b5 you have, and then, yeah, but there could be other problem because I go king c5 now.
King e5?
So you wait, I go here, you go here.
Yeah.
You go b6, you go here.
Right.
b7.
b7, yeah.
King b6, b5, yeah?
Okay.
But that's not necessarily a draw you want to go for.
I mean, it's pretty forcing, so I don't think Shuval would have any trouble calculating this.
Assuming she knows that, yeah, the bishop in.
Hopefully.
Okay, that was mean on my part, but no, I won't be surprised with anything, knowing Firouzja. And Gira Gusiwa, look what happened. Did Gira just blunder something? He kind of allowed a f5? Or was it intentional?
I mean, even if it was, that's probably not a
good idea, yeah?
Not a good idea, no good news for white in this case. I mean, now it's clear that black is...
It's only black who's playing, yeah? The thing is, like, queen a8 doesn't threaten anything, like a check or two, right? And how do you deal with this? f3, such an ugly move, right? Yeah, 5's good. 5's good. Gira is down to 10 minutes. They're both down to 10 minutes because they barely made any moves after time control.
Right. I mean, f5 is good, but allowing f5 isn't. So.
Yeah, the bishop was protected, and it better stay like that. Yeah.
I mean, although maybe f5 is still black's next move.
Yeah, the thing is, maybe we kind of overestimated the compensation. Queen d6. I mean, it's a little bit sad because you never play for a win after that. Yeah.
Well, I don't think
she's playing for a win anyway. Yeah.
Playing, yeah.
No, but I thought maybe that's kind of your best bet. Like rook e4, rook attacks the you have rook e5. No, but then it's just dead. Slowly but surely, black wins. And even there, pawn on f7 would be better than the pawn on f6. Okay, so we need to wait a little bit more here for some action. Shuvalova just went a4. Once again, we don't know the intentions. Maybe she's planning to take with the knight on a4.
Which is also fine, right?
Which is probably fine if you are sure that you are able to sacrifice the knight for this pawn.
But
right?
like if I put on knight on c3, how do you physically get rid of my knight here?
Yeah, right. Just do nothing, yeah. King d3 and so on. There is also, I mean, I can try to get back to e1 and say...
This is
that's
playing with
just
fire,
a draw, yeah. I mean, it's just a draw. But black doesn't have anything else, right? I know, your thing, this king f4.
You can just take on b5 too.
Probably I can take on b5, e3, and then somehow come up with clever way of giving checks, yeah?
And knight d3 I think is good enough actually.
e3, king f3.
Knight e5. And then knight g4 or knight c4.
Ah, yeah. Knight g4.
So it's just maybe black needs to be careful
actually,
here.
white ends up being up a pawn, after knight e5. You can force a draw by king e4, but if you insist, if you insist, white ends up being up a pawn. So it is a draw after all. Over with white, black has found, which, we thought was the most convincing way, like having the rook on d7, not letting the king.
So this could be a long one. On the other hand, I don't see any ideas for
I don't see how do you play? It can last for how many moves?
50?
49, then you go a6, and then... But
if you play e6, you're kind of giving up all hopes in this position.
Seriously, though, there shouldn't be much. What I'm interested in, just in case, so rook b1, let's say I'm a dumb person, and which is, not such a wild assumption. Rook e7. If for some reason, we've managed to get this position and the king is not cut off, this is dangerous also, right? You still can cut me on the c file, but maybe I'll be able to cross the c file. Well, actually, is there a chance that I'll be able to cross the d file by going rook b3, rook d3, and this endgame will be winning? Yeah.
Who's better there?
Okay, so rook b6. And you just keep the king on e7, f7, yeah?
Yeah, unless you go to the king side, right?
Again, I'm looking for silly way. Then I'm crossing this file, then I go here, and I'm trying to cross this. There is also rook c5. No, it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a draw.
It looks like the only decisive game will be this one.
If it will, we still don't know. Black, of course, is much better.
It's still tricky,
Yeah, the thing is, if you just straight up take, it's not clear if you've improved the situation. You actually opened the F file for the white rook. Right.
Unless rook takes d5 works. Could it be the
case?
Takes
d5, can't take with the rook, so pawn takes, and queen e4 check. Where I am absolutely forced to go to h3.
Right.
And then you go rook e5. And you're threatening checkmate. And you
this must be winning, right?
win. And you win. Right.
Nice.
So after f3, f takes e4 is, I don't want to say straight up win because bishop takes is an alternative, but we understand, e5, bishop loses stability, queen comes to e1, that should be, okay, whatever, e3, that's winning.
Right.
So fe4, I believe the plan is to take fe4, and then rook takes d5 seems to be a winning tactic. Once again, if rook takes queen e4, just a rook up.
All right.
Pawn takes played. Rook d5, pawn takes, queen e4. Any other move, it's queen e1 and picks the rook. So king h3, rook e5. There is only one check, and rook d5 is on the board.
And
bravo, Marino.
Yeah, Marino is actually great tactician. Remember the first round when she played this b6 move against Bodnaruk?
Yeah, e5
These things
very e4.
Quickly.
Yeah, she played relatively quickly, Queen e4, king h3, because no choice, and rook e5, and how do you stop? You don't stop it. You're going to go g4.
Queen f3.
Queen f3, king goes, g5, king goes, and then...
this is not fancy. Okay, she
just resigned after rook e5. So Gira apparently played f3 and then realized that she blundered, so there wasn't much of a surprise when these sacrifices happen.
Yeah, I mean, such a good prep, and then something just went wrong for her. She couldn't really prove the compensation, right, for that pawn.
Yeah. I don't know. We've lost track at some point, but it looked nice and all. And it's clear she was playing for a win, right? Like, I mean, feels like bajillion times. If something feels wrong, you just make a draw, no problem. Takes on G7. Could it be that this is the moment where you have to realize that you're no longer winning, and then you take and attack D6 with everything you have, and maybe make a draw?
Maybe make a draw.
But yeah, but that's once again that's sad, right? Because 5 moves ago you were like attacking and everything looked promising. Right. Anyway, so far the only decisive game which is played is black, right? Shuvalova-Kashlinskaya.
Yeah. I mean, once we're still at B5.
Yeah, B4
works,
B5.
right?
Yeah. King A1. I say A3. This. You do something. It's B5. Yeah. So Shuvalova proves that she knows. Check. Just go King A2.
Not King C1, yeah.
King A1, yeah, bravo, King A1.
What was wrong with King A2?
King A3, you know, it's already...
No, but King A1, you can always go back.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what Alina is trying to kind of... No, but that once again, I'm surprised that some people actually fall for it. They're kind of starting to calculate. Because so before that, if you believe King on A1 is a draw, I mean, why bother?
Right, exactly.
Why bother? Okay, yet another draw. We are left with only one game, which looks drawish, if you ask me. Rook B3, King E8.
Yeah, and she will try this Rook D3 stuff, I think, but...
Okay,
really
let's find out. Rook D3, if black just takes, goes King D7, does that represent a chance?
I think it does.
Yeah, so because of King B4, right? King B4. And wait a second, do I still make a draw by going B5?
I guess you do.
Yeah, like this is the opposition, A6, King B6, A7, King takes. This is still, that's kind of my last opposition that still doesn't lose. But probably keep it, yeah.
Yeah, good enough.
Now, white's gonna keep shuffling around. Actually, Rook B2, Rook H2. Rook B2 is clever. Because now, if you go King F7, it's this, force the king there, and then go to D2. So after Rook B2, what do you do? I mean, I would never believe that this is not a draw. It's just that perhaps black will have to... You know, you cannot make it in a mechanical way, right? So just standing, yeah? So probably you will have to react at some point.
6 minutes left only. I mean, I think...
Oh, wait a second. So if this, you attack that guy, right? And you go to D3. You know what?
King F8.
White might win this. Let me tell you something, white might win this. King F8, yeah, then we do this. Or, yeah, wait a second. Can we just play Rook D2 here?
No, but your king was on...
So if you trade... Oh, no, wait.
Same thing?
Oh, yeah, it's exactly the same.
But King B4?
King B4, King C4, you still... B5, there is no B5 any move.
B6
are taking d5, yeah. So here we are coming to this, unwanted territory of the opposition, longer position and so on.
B1, I mean,
Correspondence squares.
but rook B1, she'll have to come back to B2 if she wants to
Wait.
do something.
Why? What do you do with black?
Or G7?
Yeah, right. You can go king G7 because there is no rook to D file move.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no rook to D file move. It's a very, very strange game, this one. King F7 is okay. Yeah, kind of keeping the king in range for both king G7, king E7. Even though here I can do that and that. And hopefully I'm crossing the D file now.
And if rook C7?
D3.
5.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I guess even this position is possible to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it's still some, I mean, it's not like entirely comfortable with the king being cut like that, and then it seems that you are I mean, rook e7, rook e6, who knows? I mean, this is certainly possible
The pawn game is just lost. I think.
Yeah, any pawn game is lost, yeah. But that's what I mean. It's like it's not the most pleasant of them all. It's not the most pleasant of them all. I'm really sure black will have to play h5 at some point. Like maybe that's what we have to do. So we go here, rook c7 you said, right? Rook c5, and after rook b2, maybe that's the moment we play h5. Maybe that's the moment we play h5.
Never happening. Rook e1.
Oof. What's rook a1?
I mean, all this
dancing is a little bit weird, right? Maybe the scenario I was describing sarcastically, that white will spend 49 moves shuffling, only then will do something with
all this smart ideas you found, and white just goes through b3, rook b2, rook b1, rook a1.
But then brings back the yesterday's point of why do you play positions 2 pawns down, which nobody ever saved, and same, why would you play this kind of position?
Yeah, maybe she just doesn't see it and she's hoping for some kind of epiphany.
Blackout, yeah.
Or maybe, yeah.
Not that black can do much, on the other hand, yeah. Maybe it's...
Yeah, I guess you can afford doing all this rook a1 stuff, but have to...
Who knows? Maybe she actually has some position in mind that she's trying to get, and some triangulations and so on. Let's say, play rook d2 specifically with the king on whatever it is. Don't know why you need the rook on A file, not the B file, but I guess it doesn't make too much difference.
I mean, sometimes it's helpful to
confuse your opponent.
Try to confuse at least your opponent, right? But, I mean, in this case, it doesn't feel like... I was going to say it doesn't feel like black's moves are too difficult to find. On the other hand, she had 6 minutes, now she has less than 5 minutes, so, and that's already an achievement for white, I think.
Yeah. Black's last moves being king f7, f8, and probably f7.
Yeah, but she's spending
after
time.
rook a2. Yeah, but she spends time, and even with increment, her time on the clock decreases, right?
And I mean, if that's a strategy, then hats off. This is
so
phenomenal technique.
I will only go for rook d2 when you have 40 seconds, right?
Right.
That's another level then. That's another level. Somehow, I don't know if you agree with me, but when it comes to women tournaments, when ladies play chess, you do not expect such cowardice. You would think, okay, if she has a plan, she would not wait till your time runs out. I mean, so they play.
But this is not a cowardly thing to do. I think this is actually very
it's
smart.
in a way, it's
thing
a
to
practical, smart thing to do. But still, I always felt like when they say you have almost a winning position and still repeat the moves once, so that your opponent might, get nervous and so on. I always felt like it was a bit not against the fair play spirit, but something mad.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And if this could bring you any little advantage, you should use that, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's within the within the rules, right? So you're not breaking any rules, and it improves your odds.
Yeah,
so
and also
then you just
nothing
do it, right?
unethical at all. So
yeah,
makes
then
sense. And I mean, she just made Daria thinking. For some reason, Daria is thinking. I don't really know.
And finally goes king f7.
Why would she spend 3 minutes on that move?
And now you go rook a3.
Quickly.
I mean, you can do this and this then. Rook h2, rook d2, right?
Right, but we said the pawn angle was lost, right?
King f7, yeah.
Oh, even the one with
that particular what is?
No, this is clearly lost. But I mean, even with the king on f8, it was lost, I think. Right? Or f7. Like if we go d2 now.
Now for some reason I can't move this thing. King f7. Yeah, let's see if we go rook d2.
King e7, rook h2.
Yeah. So it's either king e8, but then rook h2, rook h7. I'm crossing the d file, or rook takes, king takes.
Rook c7,
can't move the thingy. Oof. What do you think? If I'll reload the board really quickly.
That's
no, it's
sketchy thing to do.
Sketchy thing to do. But the king is not, you see, I mean, black king is not moving. So king f7, we can move the rook to h2, and then the king got stuck. It's an absolutely fresh position, I have to say. We've never had this one. We had this one with rook on b1. We had it with, what?
Yeah, I mean, the rook just came to a2, so it makes sense that this is something new.
So, to sum things up, in the open section, great win by Matlakov, and he explained more or less everything, right? So at least he knew how white is not getting in trouble. That's how you play sharp Sicilians nowadays. You make sure that you're not getting in trouble. Predke Rakhmanov, we really don't know. I mean, it was a very original game, even though only 25 moves, but it was very original.
Very
I'm still yeah. Fedoseev Yesipenko, as we agreed, I mean, probably was a check of the home preparation. Guryachkin, Avityugov looked like Guryachkin had maybe better chances, but then decided to go for a draw, crushing victory for Andreikin, and Pankratov, I think he was better, right?
I think he was even winning at some point.
At some point he was winning, and then he blundered.
But nonetheless, great defense by Mallev, especially, having less than a minute on the clock, suddenly all this knight f3, rook e2, rook c2.
Yeah, nice.
Great ending, yeah.
Nice. That is it. As for ladies, lots of draws. Then Guseva wins thanks to beautiful tactics, and that's the only game that is going. I don't know if we even need the analysis board by that point.
Well, it depends on what.
What's going to happen next? Yeah, if the rooks will keep shuffling around.
Yeah, then we don't really need one. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a good point in the chat that maybe black could have played rook d6 and put the rook on a6.
What movement?
Instead of king f7.
Here. Rook d6, and now if you go rook b1, rook a6, and it's
rook b5 then, right?
Yeah, like rook b5, and then she starts moving with the king.
Yeah. You don't really make a quick draw this way.
I mean, I really want to play h5 at some point. Like, get to g7. Okay, rook h2, finally played.
King g7, now rook d2, right?
Rook d2, now or never, yeah.
Yes, now or never, exactly.
Oh, wait a second.
Rook c7
now or never, and then I take. Can this be right?
Let's calculate, but I mean, a5 pawn is really far advanced.
Sorry, we'll have to deal with arrows because the king is not moving. This...
King b6, king e4, king
6,
b7.
takes, I move a6, and I only go e4. No, this was not possible. The endgame was lost.
King d3. All right, so at least...
The king is crossing the third rank.
Yeah,
okay.
That's one achievement.
And maybe now we play... No, we never play h5. Yeah, wait, and then now we get into this position.
Yeah, which we thought was wasn't that easy as it looked at.
Yeah, it was a bit tricky. Yeah, rook b2, you take, rook b7, king to 8th rank, king c4. Yeah, and rook b2 played. Because if you go back, I'm afraid you're lost now. Because rook c2 and the king crosses towards the b file.
Yeah, that's not good.
And this is like, okay, I don't know, lost, but
yeah, she's
like
taking.
Yeah, she takes on a5. Rook takes b7. King g8. No point in going anywhere else, I believe.
King f8 is more or less the same thing, because if you go through h file,
yeah, right.
H pawn, then
Actually, there are checks, right? There are checks. I know. Checks, I'll bring your king to e6 and wait a second. No, I'll have more checks. Probably king f8 is good, right? Just keep... I don't know what happens. I mean, why is that?
Actually, king f8 is much...
Yeah, king f8 and then just start giving checks on the a file.
On the other hand, what's wrong with king g8 then?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Both work. So any of those but faster, please. King g8,
Okay.
yeah.
King c4 instantly.
Yeah, I think by that point it's good enough just to look from the camera view because, I mean, first of all, the analysis thing is on a decline. I still cannot move the king and not that many pieces left. So,
yeah,
the situation is fairly standard. 3 pawns each, right? The black king cut on the 8th rank, and that's perhaps White's only hope. But yeah, if you give a couple of checks now, like rook a4, king d5, and for some reason you'd think rook d4 and winning the e4 pawn.
This is probably
lost, yeah. Probably lost already.
Although, isn't it like
check? Wait, king
the
e6,
shorter side, the longer side, this kind of stuff.
It's tricky. Yes, a king e. Let's. King c4. I mean, first of all, black is not forced to do any of those.
I mean, king b4 is the next move, and I'll cross the...
You'll cross the 4th rank anyway.
Anyway, rook b5, I think, is an option too.
Yeah. No, but one of the things I was thinking, I could make it like that.
No, but what if we just start checking? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, rook a4... And she might end up doing it, to be honest. Rook a4, rook a5
check.
here.
And king g7, right?
Check, king e7, king g7. How do you win that? You really don't win it. The king is nice and all, but... wait. No, don't wait. This, how do you do? What do you do?
Rook b6.
b6, rook d6.
Oh, and then king e6.
Yeah,
right?
check, king e6.
Well, this is how we lose this.
That's how you lose, yeah. And, yeah, actually, I mean, I can easily see black getting scared of it. So if that, we still have this rook d7 with the idea of rook d6.
Is it even a draw?
Is it even a draw? Yeah, that's a very good question. So then let's do that. I'm sorry,
Not
not quite that. Yeah,
not that desperate.
This and takes.
Yeah, and this is this.
It should be a draw. I mean, I'm just on time, yeah, with rook a4, all those checks.
Although.
There is no check on the e file.
Rook b8, king e6.
So like check here, king e6. Go here, f6. f7 will win. So you need to give a check, king f5. You go here and I go here. I think I win because of the stupid e5 pawn. Oh.
I mean, all of this.
I mean, I will not take responsibility for this line to be correct, but it shows how how tricky Black's
all
task
of this
is.
Tells us that Black will lose this game, I think.
So check, king d5. I mean, what else?
King d5 will be played, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of prolong the fight by going king b4, king d5. Does king f8 keep it alive or not?
Maybe that's why it was actually more precise to put the king on f8, right? Because then we could deliver a bunch of checks, right? And there's no king e7.
So after this check, we go here, and if king c4, we just give a check and give a check and give a check,
and there's no king e7.
And if king d7, then we go king f7
or rook a4. I think is good enough.
Yeah, probably now. Yeah, king e6, it's check back, so we are not forced to go after this line. And if not, if we starting to take on e4 with an extra tempo, that should be good enough.
Should be easier, yeah.
Should be good enough. It's confusing.
I mean, white has to go king d5, right? What else?
Yeah, what else? I mean, you cannot lose. Well, rook b4, kind of. Rook b4 kind of still keeps the game going. You cannot trade. You can. Wait. Then I go to 7th rank, and then this is like another round of stuff. King c6, and get the rook on b7.
Yeah, the funny thing is that any endgame is just
because that's a terrible structure, right? It's terrible structure. You can. In some cases, you can swap on a7 and you'll probably win. Yeah.
Kubik's suggested that Black should have kept the rook on the 5th rank, and then if we play king b4, then rook a1, king c5, let's say, then rook d1.
Cut on the d file. Yeah. So now we are going for this kind of study-like line.
Right.
King e6.
Very interesting. I'm still.
Rook e4 you have to play. King f6, rook g4 you have to do. Wait a second. Up. So this is it ever g5? I mean,
wow.
Some brilliancy.
Wow. That
actually might be winning, because now it just wins g4, king g6, and that's it. So it could be that this g5, rook e4. I mean, I don't know. Somehow I've managed to win at the other line, but if g5 wins, it deserves to be played. I mean, it's a brilliant move.
And if she finds it, she deserves to lead the tournament, right?
And then and then it was worth the effort. I mean, you've played like a bunch of senseless moves, but if it all ends up with this G5 thing, it's...
And if she doesn't take, she doesn't take one of 6 immediately, then that means she sees it, right?
Yeah,
and
at
if you
least-
see it, I think it's easy to play, right?
So G5.
Yeah.
Options are F takes, H takes. I mean, not that many, right? F takes, you just win like that. Yeah. I mean,
You just
you
push the
probably
pawn.
win. You probably win with with the king walk, but you don't need it. Yeah, you just go forward. Yeah, and what? And if H takes, as I just said, king takes, G4 doesn't make sense at all because you're still planning to go here, but in this
No,
move,
but then
black
G-
is just one tempo
No, but then
shorter.
G3, Rook G... Oh,
I'm threatening a little
then
check.
mate,
That's what I was scared at first. Yeah, like
Yeah.
G3 and F6, there is a check on G4, but G3 I have a check on B8, which is very important. So yeah, G5 just wins. G5 just wins.
Let's go. I like to see this move. on the
So now,
board.
ideally, King F6 should lead to a draw, so that it be a
Yeah,
study-like
yeah,
position.
Even though we're not sure if that's the case, but yeah, G5 must be winning. But then
Is this a brilliant way to make a draw, or just nonsense? Who knows?
I mean, I have Rook G7, Rook G6, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I would not bet on
Yeah,
black
I mean,
surviving in this position.
at all.
But straightforward, what was the problem with straightforward? So we were giving a check, King
And King
H7
E6,
force, and this. If I'm running, I can actually run. You know what? I can run after that.
Rook F4.
Yeah, like Rook F4 is if I'm specifically playful, but also E2. I mean, I don't see a problem.
Rook H8.
Rook H8 and the Queen. Yeah, right. So I have to
I mean,
do
even
this.
then, there's King G6, maybe, but Rook F4.
Oh, wait a second. I mean, if we are kind of really discussing endgames there, this is also a draw.
Something has been played.
This
it's
is,
G5.
dude, this is also a draw. You win this pawn and you need the king on the H file for this to be winning. Then you somehow, I think you somehow get there and to H5. and
Even
so
if
on.
we cross the 5th rank?
Okay, crossing the 5th rank. But G5's played. Yeah, bravo. G5, Fg5, just go F6. Let's go F6. That's it. Okay, I mean, just in case. Is it ever about two connected passed pawns?
I don't think so. The king is just too close.
What? Takes, yeah. King indeed is too close.
Yeah, maybe E4.
E4.
No, but then just check on King F5.
Yeah, you give a check. No, I mean, that's dead, yeah. King F5. F6 played, yeah. Cool.
Nice technique.
Nice technique, and it will be 2 players on +2.
And I think this could make a great exercise. This
Yeah, the
position
whole-
after King C4,
The
let's
whole
say.
thing, yeah.
If it's winning for, I don't know.
I know.
I mean, if it's a draw.
I can imagine, Mark Foretsky analyzing it from that point on, from move 46, when knight f7 is the only move.
Yeah.
I mean, if we kind of go backwards all the way, probably
Like, could we claim that Rook H8 is the decisive mistake?
Yeah, like Rook H8 is bad because after C4 you only move with Knight F7, and then we get into this Rook handling, and it's no, apparently it's nonsense. Yeah, but now White is winning. Yeah. King H7, F7, not much you can do. I don't even know what to suggest. Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing. Very annoying situation for Voigt, right? I mean, you defend such a tough position from the very beginning, and I'm pretty sure she felt like it was a draw at some point, like a simple draw.
Yeah.
Actually, E5, g5, or so let's say
G5, rook h2. Yeah, I mean, you'll have to take it sooner or later. We've skipped a fair bit of it.
Maybe e5 was a mistake, actually.
Rook takes. Wait a second. Could she go knight d8 here? So that this, you answer with this. Probably. And then either knight f7 or knight e4. I mean, bishop d3, knight f7.
Yeah, but then I still bring the king to e3, I play bishop c4
Yeah,
again.
again, you do the same thing. Yeah, well, actually...
Never fun for black.
So, I mean, starting from there... But then it's, yeah, if you just stand still, if you don't play e5, it's still, like, not entirely equal.
Well, what does white do?
Here, she started by moving the knight to c7, and that is what we are not happy with, probably. Or...
Yeah, maybe king
no.
f8 was a decent option as well.
But, dude, we are analyzing the position after 18 moves, and now we are at move 9 or something.
We can analyze this position, of course, but I don't think it's makes any sense.
And that's the moment when you are thinking, how on earth I've lost this drawish rook endgame, right? It's not about, I mean, you're no longer thinking about the position, of course.
But it still felt like it was very, very tricky for black, right? So I'm not surprised.
Even the 1-3 versus 3, right? Even the 1-3 versus 3.
I mean, I won like many games, and rook endgames for some reason like this, when, it seems very drawish, but in fact it's still tricky.
Yeah, that's... No, but still, yeah, the g5, and she deserves to win.
I don't know if we can set up a position, but just my... Can we?
Nah,
Really.
no
Okay,
board editor here, regrettably.
There's one rook endgame which I looked at recently, and it was a very surprising finding for me.
So one more time, g5. Okay, f7, g4. Imagine if white doesn't win. Okay. That, rook takes, rook takes.
I mean, you can't even play g3, right?
g3, rook f3, yeah, you just win. Just lose. Come on.
All right. I guess it's time to accept the
Time to say goodbye.
inevitable.
Still looking for some stalemate patterns.
No, king h5. King h5 was supposed to be the move.
And then white just needs to wait one little move. Yeah, black actually goes e4.
Alright, so now king f5, g3, king a4, g2. Black wins.
And like that, white wins still, right?
King f6. It's
Sad, yeah. Pretty much anything wins again.
king f6 right now to keep the black's king in the box. It makes the most sense to me. It's kind of interesting how
it looks so nervous, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like at this point, I think you can relax and say, okay. I mean, I understand if she had like 10 seconds on the clock, then yeah, but she's 6 minutes. I mean,
but yeah, like the way she looks, it's almost seems like she's not sure if it's winning. Yeah,
yeah.
which shouldn't be the case, honestly.
Now she takes on
G3,
E4,
and now,
black
now
wins.
it's important not to take on E4, but she goes with rook F7, yeah. F7, got the king. You know what? I mean, many ways to win, but you can also go there. Not a mistake.
King F6.
So you are voting for King F6?
Yeah.
I cannot disagree. Actually, King G6 as well. It's again a little bit, you know, if you're a bit of a sadist, right?
Now King G6 is for sure the best move after King H8.
Yeah, after King H8, King G6 is for sure the best move. And we take. And it's rook up.
I wonder if we add a couple of pawns, let's say D5, C6. This is still winning for white, right?
Yeah, like with King on G6, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, probably it is, yeah. Probably it is. Rook F6. Okay.
King
Point
H7,
being like this,
Rook
this.
G6, right?
Yeah, King F7, Rook G6. I mean, so she made sure, like, she eliminates all the pawns.
Actually, might be the most precise move.
King G6 wasn't bad. I mean,
in terms of
okay.
winning the pawns, right?
At the quickest way to eliminate all the pawns.
Yeah, this is like a math
Yeah, could be.
puzzle. You know how to win all the pawns
In the quickest possible way.
Yeah.
23 to less than 20 seconds.
Still resign now.
No?
No.
No? E3?
H6, G3, E3.
As a check. Rook H1? No?
It's funny how you always, you know, just in time. Like always, it's about one tempo in like vast majority of such endgames. I mean, any endgame.
Yeah, but that's what makes your opponent playing, I think.
Yeah.
Even like that lost position, but it always keeps it within one tempo range.
Yeah, but
right?
somehow you always lose.
I mean, yeah, if it spawns on E5, G5, nobody would care, right? But here it's like it's already almost
close,
there. Yeah, almost there. Okay, so it was a good grind, and at the end it paid off. Yeah.
Hold on a second. What book is that in Owen's hands?
I don't know.
He's writing something down. Interesting.
The game? Could this be, you know, like
I mean,
the old-fashioned way of, keeping the track of your games, like you just write down them?
Maybe we should invite her one day. I mean, I guess she's too tired right now, but she is leading the tournament.
Yep. So once again, results. That's man round 4. A reminder, finished 2 hours ago at least.
Right, crazy. Before the first time control of the
yeah, crazy to think of it. And then in the women's section, Guseva wins against Giria. It has no big impact on the upper part of the cross table, but Overt wins against Voigt and catches up with the leaders. Actually, Overt, for the time being, shows a very, very good result. So she played quite a stronger positions in 3 first rounds. Yeah, she's on +2 now and shares first place with Valentina Gunia.
Yeah, it looks like she could have scored even more points.
Yeah, I think she much better. She was much better against Shuvalova, apparently winning at some point. Yeah, is that That's men's tournament. Okay. So I was looking for 2 leaders. Instead, we have 4, and potentially we could have had 6. Right.
Potentially we have, in a couple of rounds, we can have 12 leaders.
12 leaders. You mean everyone's going to be on 50%? Yeah.
Right.
All right. And as we said already, after 4 rounds, nothing is clear because the difference between the first and the last place is only 1 point with 7 rounds to go.
It's actually much less clear than it was, before this round.
Strangely, before this round, it was kind of a bigger distance. Yeah, now everything is messed up. Yeah, in a women's tournament, we have 2 leaders. 3 points for Valentina Gunina and Evgenia Ovod. In a similar fashion, no losses, like 2 draws, 2 wins, 2.5. Also 2 players, Shuvalova and Garifulina. Yeah, they are Garifulina. So this is it. Anastasia Bodnaruk on -2, and I think she's clear last. Yeah, she's clear last. So pairs for tomorrow. Matlako already said he's playing with Motilev. Aleksandr is white against Pankratov. Yesipenko is white against Goryachkina. That's interesting. Fedoseev black with Rakhmanov. Bitugov white with Andreikin. That's a big one.
It's the 2 top seeds, right?
Yep. And Chigayev will face Aleksandr Predke. Women's pairings, Guseva Ovod. So, depending on how it goes, how aggressive Marina Guseva will be, maybe Ovod will get another chance.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely can, but it really depends on Guseva, I think. One day she plays great, one day she losing like 20 moves. So.
Yeah, I agree. Kashlinska white with Gira, again heavyweights, nobody knows what's going to happen. Garifulina Shuvalova is very interesting because, kind of a younger players like Shuvalova is already well established. Garifulina also kind of trying to prove that her...
Yeah, and I believe they had a very dramatic match in the World Cup in the top 32, maybe in top 16, where Leah just blundered the queen in 1 move in a great position. Yeah, so it's a very principled matchup.
Yeah, so both leaders playing with black. Gunina will face Bivol, Natalia Pagonina with Anastasia Bodnaruk, and then Daria Voigt will play with Alisa Galemo. Okay, so that'll be it for today. Kind of expected an easy day, but no.
Never.
Instead, it was a nice lesson in the Rook endgame. Never give up. No, always keep trying. Okay, always keep trying, and in this case, keep fighting. In this case, what got rewarded, as hopefully we will get one day. So, thanks very much. See you tomorrow, same time, same place.
Thank you.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.